Day 2 of the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic on the University of Lynchburg. So happy you are joining us for another full slate of action, and it's not just limited to the oval. Field events going on in the D zones, the jumps, pole vault. We had last night some of the results come through for other events. So excited just to be able to get into it, and then throws always going on down in Moon Field. Starting off today with the 4x100 meter relays, and we will get that ready momentarily. Also, Senior Day recognition. It has been a long season, third meet at home for Lynchburg, and they will just continue to try and carry momentum. Every school in attendance will try to have a little bit of progression in what should be a special final day, more of a sprints emphasis today. And so if you joined us yesterday, glad you are back. My name is Evan Gates, going to take you through the action, and when we look at some of these sprint events, it is quick finishes, tight finishes, but it was not limited to the sprint side. Last night, some really good heats of those distance races, and especially in heats that we might have thought would be a little more separated. You see some of those times coming in, and you just don't know what to anticipate, but there were schools really making their mark, a few records on the board as well. You have to expect that it will just continue rolling, and we understand that from a Dennis Craddock perspective, it will likely be some more pretty good results today. So as we did yesterday, men will go before the women, but it will be fast to slow in heats, and so a little difference from those distance races. So the first section that you see of the day is going to be a fast one in this men's 4x100. Two sections of this race, just like the 4x4s last night. That was really a new iteration to day one of Dennis Craddock. It's normally exclusively a distance carnival type of event, but we had fun with that sprint race, and it's really different just having a 4x4 at any other time than the end of a meet. Every meet has its own little schedule and way of doing things, but obviously Dennis Craddock very different with that opening night, especially separating the mile and the 1500s. Senior Day is always a special occasion for any sport with any school, but you do know that in track there are a few more people being represented, and so it's going to be fun to have those moments to celebrate what has been a very historic class for Lynchburg in terms of progression and where they're trying to go. You're looking at ODAC championships, and now you're really looking at the national scale and understanding that the picture is slowly coming into focus. Lynchburg trying to add on a few more national championships throughout these next few years. They have the talent to do so. Will be a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and get started for this men's 4x1. The first section will be Randolph in lane 1, Lynchburg in 2, Roanoke in 3, Emory in 4, Bryant and Stratton in 5, Wittenberg in 6, Mary Washington 7, Methodist 8. So 8 different schools represented. Mary Washington not in this race, so 7 will go to their blocks. Expect Emory to get out hot. It was middle lanes, especially in the 4x1. A chance to make something special. Up and away we go, opening event of day 2. Good start off the block from Bryant and Stratton. Handoffs all clean. Smooth striding down the back straight. Emory, you see the speed. They have the back end athletes to do so. We'll see around the curve if they come into first. A few steps, but this one isn't over yet. Great handoff from the Eagles. And now they're soaring down the home straight. Can Brady Fowler catch them? Roanoke coming close. I don't think he's going to get there. Emory crosses the line first. 41-40. An impressive start. Facility record in this men's 4x1, 40-98. It was set last year by Shenandoah, and it was a fiery finish in that realm. Roanoke gets second, Methodist gets third to round out the podium. Some races you have to wait. There's a little bit of doubt. Brady Fowler certainly had doubt entering our mind in that final straightaway, the way he was able to catch up. He's one of the national competitors for Roanoke. 5th place finish and a 200 at the D3 Indoor Championships. He has just continued to put on a show, but it is Emory's race. They take first, and we head to the second section. 7 schools in this one. King will be in 1, CNU in 2, UVA Wise in 3, Averett 4, Pfeiffer 5, Southern Virginia 6, and Lynchburg 7. Every lane will be occupied for those schools that are supposed to be on the line. Very quick start to this meet before we have that senior day recognition. Pretty special. Lynchburg has most of its athletes from pretty local. You don't see a lot of athletes coming over from California to go to Lynchburg, but we do know there are some schools with recruiting pools that extend coast to coast. Think about one of the schools in this section. There's a reason that CNU might be in that coast-to-coast conference. You know, other schools we have seen throughout the athletic year, the 2024 calendar year so far, they certainly have those pools to do so. Here is section number 2. Averett will be the high seed there in lane 4. See a false start. They might have just, it will be on Averett and 4, it looks like, where that card came out, so we will do it again. So on your screen, in the top right, step early, so we will do it again. So section 2 underway. Emory didn't have exactly a flattering first leg, but we're able to make it back on the second. We'll see if Averett has a shot. Watch Southern Virginia on the outside. Still a long ways to go around the curve.
Southern Virginia.
Inside might be another route to go. Could be sneaky from CNU in second. Still really anybody's game. CNU and Southern Virginia in the mix. Lynchburg might have a shot. Nick Raya trying to make something happen. Can Pfeiffer make it happen? Who wants it? Wow, a tight finish. It might have been CNU. No, it will be the Falcons, 43-30. A very nice final leg. Averett will settle for second, CNU in third, and we thought the captains had a shot and maybe taking the section. That's how close it was. All within 7/100ths of a second. Lynchburg and Nick Raya settle for 4th. So already a few antics in this opening event. We head over to the women's 4x1. Emory will take the overall 4x1 from that first section. Remember, fast to slow. All the results today can be found online at Blue Ridge Timing. We will keep an eye on some of those field events throughout the day, trying to keep you updated. I know you can see a pretty good view of the jump pits inside the D zone. Let's go ahead and get set for the second section, or the first section of the second event, rather. Women's 4x1, and then we have our senior day recognition. So interesting start. You don't always do that at a track meet. We'll have a little bit of a break. You will hear from some of our announcements for that senior day recognition. Women's 4x1 features Randolph in lane 1. They're coming off of a school record last weekend. Methodist in 2, Roanoke in 3, Wittenberg in 4, Lynchburg in 5 and 6, CNU in 7. See a few schools do this. They will put in an A squad and a B squad. It's not uncommon in the 4x1, but you don't always get right next to each other. And as you see in the gray uniforms, Lynchburg has the luxury of being in that spot. We'll see what they can do out of the blocks. Wittenberg in lane 4 might be the ones to beat. The red baton, we'll see if they cross the line first. It's going to be a fun opening section. This women's 4x1.
Here we go, fast section of the women's 4x1.
Lynchburg, a good start. In 5, it's going to be the Hornets who might get the handoff first. Monkern working down the back straight. Everybody's still in the picture. Wittenberg's going to have a shot as well at 4. But Lynchburg just a few steps ahead. A good handoff from the Hornets as well. Now sailing around the curve in first. And Lynchburg, all they have to do is hold on down the home straight. Good stuff so far, and here they go. The Hornets humming. Anaya Seward's going to bring it home. Lynchburg is not going to be touched. Through the line, 47. 47-57. Rewrite the school record for Lynchburg.
1/100th of a second off the school record that they broke here. Just a bit ago.
Looks like we're just off that school record. It's going to be super close. Official times sometimes will add 100th. 47-57. Blistering stuff. The personnel have just continued to deliver. It's consistency all around. Roanoke gets second. Wittenberg gets third. Felt like for Wittenberg, just never really had a shot to get into that race. The first leg for Lynchburg was so smooth. So the Hornets just off a school record. We thought they might have had it. 47-57. We're going to head to the second section. Southern Virginia will be in 1 and 2. Wittenberg in 3. Lynchburg in 4. Or excuse me, this is a 4x4, folks. Let's go ahead for the 4x1. Your heat sheet's going to have the events in the same category. There are just 3 schools in this 4x1 second section. It's Averett, Southern Virginia, and Longwood. Southern Virginia in 4 will be the favorites. Can find that section with Lynchburg and Roanoke in the 4x4 a little later. We talked about schools having multiple teams, so you never know with some of these 4x1s. See some schools throw in a C squad, even a D squad, just trying to get everybody engaged going around the oval. There will be just a trio in their blocks this time. The cool part about having these 4x1s early is that you really bring your athletes back later, more of a rest. You know, there are some events that are so tough to maneuver, and trying to figure out which one you go for. If you run 2 events, do you run one hard? For the sprint side, it's a little more self-explanatory. You're going to go hard for almost everything you toe the line for. For distance, not so much. We saw some of the events yesterday. If you watched Drew Topoli, you saw a pretty quick mile effort and then just more of a tempo session in the 10K. So athletes down in their blocks. Our final section of the 4x100 meter relay. Senior day on the way here in the Hill City. Queen starts Longwood in 5. A few good steps early going into the handoffs. Averett, Southern Virginia, and Longwood trying to make it happen. The Lancers will be the first to the exchange, but it's not a clean one. They can't get it off, and Southern Virginia now propels into the lead. Longwood's not out of it. It might be a closer finish than we anticipated. The Knights in first, only by a few steps. Can the Lancers catch them? 4 and 5 might be neck and neck, but it looks like Southern Virginia will roll through the line first. The second handoff proves to be the struggle that Longwood can't overcome. They settle for second, and Averett in third. So many pieces to the puzzle that start to matter in this race when you consider the idea that there are just so many things that can go wrong. Still a legal handoff from what we saw in Exchange Zone 2. The 4x4 was last night, and we saw some of the stuff, some of the antics that can happen. The way that those handoffs occur is just so different in the sense that you're not in lanes the entire time. It's a lot like a 4x8 where everybody breaks in, trying to stay inside and get a good position off the handoff. Just about time to get things started for our Senior Day recognition. Coach Jim Sprecher always very excited for this day, being able to recognize some special characters in the search for championships. Lynchburg has continued to pursue higher and higher. And now it's just a shot at doing something special and adding on in that category. So we're going to send you down to the field, but we will keep you right here in the Hill City. Glad you're joining us for the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. This is Senior Day recognition.
gentlemen, at this time, if you would direct your attention to the infield for the Coaches Classic Senior Day recognition. We want to kick this off by honoring longtime track and field great, the late Coach Dennis Craddock. Dennis Craddock from Gretna, Virginia, Ferrum College class of 1965 and Lynchburg College class of 1967. He was a United States Track and Field and Cross Country Association Hall of Fame honoree, a University of Lynchburg Athletics Hall of Fame honoree in 1988, a USTF CCCA National Coach of the Year in 1995. He won 45 ACC titles while coaching at UVA and the University of North Carolina, coached 38 NCAA champions and 19 Olympians. A true legend in our sport, Coach Dennis Craddock. And now to recognize our seniors here at the University of Lynchburg. First up, Jonathan Cobb of Brambleton, Virginia. A major in exercise physiology. He was the 2022 and 2023 NCAA Division III Cross Country National Championships qualifier, a two-time All-ODAC honoree in cross country, the 2022 ODAC Cross Country Rookie of the Year. He holds the number 5 all-time 10,000 meter time, which he ran last weekend, the Colonial Relays of 30:43:78. Sam Graham of Louisville, North Carolina. A communications and English major, he was the 2021 USTF CCCA All-Academic Cross Country Team, 2021 USTF CCCA All-South Region in Cross Country, and a 2021 NCAA Division III Cross Country National Qualifier. Bryce Davis of Forest, Virginia, majoring in criminology and psychology. He was the 2021 and 2023 NCAA Division III Cross Country National Championship qualifier, a two-time USTF CCCA All-South Region honoree, 2022 and 2023 USTF CCCA All-Academic Team of Cross Country, a 7-time All-ODAC honoree. He holds the number 4 indoor time for 5,000 meters and the number 6 time at Lynchburg for 10,000 meters. Tor Hotung Davidson of Oakton, Virginia. A criminology major, he was the 2023 NCAA Division III Indoor runner-up, the national championships for 800 meters. In 2023, he was the NCAA Division III Indoor Nationals DMR All-American, 2022 NCAA Division III Outdoor All-American at 800 meters, the 2022 NCAA Division III Indoor All-American. He's a 2-time NCAA Division III Cross Country National Qualifier, 10-time All-ODAC honoree, a 6-time USTF CCCA All-South Region honoree, and indoors he's run 149.17 for 800, which is 5th in Division III Indoor all-time. Holds the school record at Lynchburg for 800 meters of 149.04, which is also the ODAC record. And he's run pretty fast there for 1,500 and 8K as well. Tor Hotung Davidson. Next up is Zach Jacobs of Holliston, Massachusetts. A psychology major, 2024 Indoor ODAC champion on the men's 4x400 meter team, 4-time All-South Region honoree. He ran on the men's DMR that ran the time of 9:44.44, which is 5th all-time in Division III. Number 6 indoors at Lynchburg for 200 meters, Zach Jacobs. Gabe Quackeye of Woodbridge, Virginia. A computer science major, 5-time All-ODAC honoree, 3-time All-South Region honoree, a 2-time ODAC 4x400 meter relay champion, and in 2024 was on the indoor first team All-ODAC team. Danny Miller of Greencastle, PA. Information technology major. 2024, he was all ODAC in the men's DMR championship team. DeMonte Mosley of Chesterfield, Virginia, a theater major. 60-meter runner, 100-meter runner, long jump, and triple jumper. Julian Powell of Yorktown, Virginia. A computer science major, 4-time All-ODAC honoree, 2024 USTF CCCA All-South Region honoree, and number 10 all-time indoors in the pole vault at Lynchburg. Nick Raya of Gloucester, Virginia. A criminology major, 2021 ODAC champion in the 4x400, and number 4 at Lynchburg indoors for 200 meters. Michael Ruff of South Riding, Virginia. A computer science major, 2022 outdoor all-ODAC team in discus, 2022 outdoor all-South region performer, number 9 at Lynchburg in the discus throw. Michael Ruff. Logan Babbs of Mechanicsville, Virginia. A biomedical science major, 3-time All-South Region, 7-time All-ODAC. The 2023 ODAC Outdoor Shot Put Champion. Holds the school record indoors for the weight throw. She's number 3 all-time in the discus throw and number 3 all-time in the hammer. Tamara Blanks of Alberta, Virginia. An elementary education management major, shot putter, weight thrower, and hammer thrower. Allison Bobst of Swedesboro, New Jersey. A biology major, 13-time All-South Region, a 7-time ODAC champ, 15 times All-ODAC honoree, a 3-time academic All-American. She's a part of the outdoor school record 4x100 meter relay team, number 2 outdoors all-time in the pole vault, number 3 indoor all-time in the pole vault, and number 8 indoors all-time in 400 meters. Allison Boost. Lauren Massey of Glen Allen, Virginia. A health and physical education major. She's an 8-time All-ODAC honoree in the mile 1500 and DMR. A 6-time USTF CCCA All-South Region performer. 3-time NCAA Division III Cross Country National Championship qualifier. 4-time academic All-American. She's number 4 all-time in the mile at Lynchburg, number 4 at 3,000 meters, and number 5 all-time at 1,500. Lauren Massey. Betsy Monkern of Livonia, New York. An exercise physiology major. She's the 2024 NCAA Indoor Championships All-American in the 60-meter hurdles, a 9-time All-South Region honoree, 10-time All-ODAC honoree. Number 2 all-time in the 60-meter hurdles, number 2 all-time in the 100-meter hurdles, number 3 all-time in the 400 hurdles, number 4 indoors at 200 meters, number 4 outdoors at 200 meters. She's a part of the outdoor school record 4x100 meter relay team, a 4-time ODAC champ. Betsy Monkern. Malia Parsons of Milton, Vermont. International Relations and Security Studies major. She's number 8 indoors in the triple jump all time at Lynchburg and number 10 outdoors in the long jump. Malia Parsons. Abby Russell of Harrisonburg, Virginia. A nursing major, high jumper, and long jumper here at Lynchburg. Anaya Seward of Ebony, Virginia. Criminology major, 25-time All-ODAC honoree, 23-time USTF CCCA All-South Region honoree. She holds the school record in the 60-meter hurdles, the 100-meter hurdles, the 100, the 200 indoors and outdoor, the triple jump, and the 4x100-meter relay. She was a 2023 NCAA Division III Outdoor All-American in the 100-meter hurdles, a 2023 Division III Indoor All-American at the 60-meter hurdles, an NCAA qualifier indoors in 2024, 2023, and 2022, and an outdoor qualifier in 23, 22, and 21. Let's hear it for Anaya Seward. Lauren Thomas of Abingdon, Maryland. A physics and chemistry major, 2024 Indoor All-ODAC honoree, number 9 outdoors, all-time in the 800 meters. She was a 2024 ODAC DMR champion. Lauren Thomas of Abingdon, Maryland. And last but certainly not least, Liz Winger of Lebanon, PA. Biomedical science major, 60-meter runner, 100-meter runner, 200 long jump, discus throw, and javelin thrower. Liz Winger. So once again, big thank you to all of our seniors here at the University of Lynchburg, and a big thank you to the parents and families that came out to support. Let's give one more round of applause here for our Lynchburg seniors.
Fantastic job as always by our PA announcer Daniel Cutright. We have the whole group on your screen, the senior class that just has delivered so many moments, so many memories, and you have to consider this. Every school has its own class graduating this year, but when you look at Lynchburg, you look at some of the special opportunities they have had on the national scale, a lot of those contributors are in that picture right now. If you heard any of Anaya Seward's resume, you understand just the longevity that this class might have. Special stuff that we will look back at for a very long time, and every year you just add on to the history, to the progression, and really to the family that has graduated from Lynchburg. So we are going to take a quick break before we move on to the 100-meter dash. It's coming up very shortly. We'll be right back from the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. just about time for the men's 100-meter dash. 12 sections, and the first one will be incredibly fast. It features a former Olympian. We saw him at the Hornet Open. We have seen him continue to perform. That is Darrell Wesh. He is one of the guys to watch out for in this section. He is the fast seed running unattached from lane 4. Previously competed at Virginia Tech. And you just think about some of the ACC talent we've already seen grace this track. You had Carter Norbo, the former UNC graduate, come in and really dominate the 5K, set a new record at the Hornet Open. We will see if there is anything of the sorts in this one. Facility record stands at 10:31. The Lynchburg school record set by Alex Chadku in 2022, 10:59. Caleb Urey will be, that's in lane 2. Lane 1, Jalen Jones of Lynchburg. He's been very solid for the Hornets, just trying to get that momentum back this season. Had a really good leg last night in the 4x400. Lane 2 is Caleb Urey of UVA Wise, a 10:60-400 PR at the Hornet Open for 4th. Top 10 in 3 events. Jackson Price will be in lane 3, 10:64 PR, set at home earlier this year. Darrell Wesh, we talked about him, the Haitian 100-meter record holder. Incredible stuff. We will see if he has something special in mind today. Has just continued to perform at a very high level. Daniel Fox will be running in lane 5 for CNU. Comes into this one with a 10:60 PR, 6:97.60 for first at the Coast to Coast Indoor Championships. Zayon Evans will be in lane 6 for Averett. He is a budding star for the Cougars. As a freshman, already first in the 100 and 200 last weekend, but he's done a lot more than that. That was at the Wildcat Track Festival. He is already going to the ODAC Championships and performing strongly. He has not finished outside of the top 10 since those ODAC Indoor Championships. Sam Rybo will be in lane 7, a 10:69 PR earlier this season. Top 10 in 6 straight events. And then Henry Brandstatter, his teammate for the Emory Eagles, in lane 8. Wesh is not in attendance in 4, so it is a 7-man field. Expect it to be quick. Feast your eyes on Daniel Fox in lane 5 for the captains. Can he get it done? Clean starts. It's a good one from Evans in 6. Now a chance for Urey in 2. He might have a few steps, and it looks like he'll get there first. Quick time. And Caleb Urey does come away with a 10:56 for the victory and the personal best. Zayon Evans, a 10:61. Ties his PR. He has been consistent in this outdoor campaign. Expect some special stuff at the ODAC Championships. And the price for Emory, 10:74. Keep in mind, folks, the wind has been incredibly gusty, and so you don't know how many of these times will end up being legal. We don't have the wind measurements up here in the press box, and so it's kind of at the mercy of everybody recording that. All those results do show up on TFRS if you go back and look at results after the meet, and so you will be able to tell. Let's say there is a very quick time in the field, but it doesn't show up as a personal best. That would be why. It is a wind-aided time. To move on to the second section, 12 in this men's 100-meter dash. Nick Raya, just recognized for senior day. He's going to be in lane 1, trying to get it done for the Hornets. Comes in with a 10:99 PR, just under 11, looking to keep it rolling. Lane 2, Jamal Jones of Patrick and Henry. Lane 3, Caden Allen of Wittenberg. 4 is Brandon McClary. Comes into this race with a 10:79 PR. Jacinto Jones II from Mary Washington will be in 5, a 10:89 PR from the Doc Jopson Invitational, first in the Coast to Coast Indoor Championships. Elijah Bullock of Roanoke is in 6, Matthew Drovdlich of Wittenberg in 7, and Devin Sloan of Bryant and Stratton in 8. Quick start between McClary and Bullock. A few steps in lane 4, and it looks like McClary will get there. Keep an eye on this one. 1080 for the win. Impressive stuff when you look at some of that consistency, very tight up front. 2 break 11 in this heat. Bullock second, Jones third. So a few times so far, a little slower than usual. We will say this, in the 100-meter dash, it is so difficult to be able to go out and record personal best on a consistent basis, because you understand some of the personal best are not set recently. They might be in previous seasons, but when you are on a tear, many athletes right now can attribute this just to the momentum. You start to see those really fast times. Lane 3 features Michael Cooley of Lynchburg in lane 1. 11:09 PR from the Hornet Open. He did not race during the indoor season, so comes in trying to keep it rolling. Xavier Moss of Longwood is in 2. Zach Jacobs, also just recognized for senior night, or senior day we should say. He's in lane 3. Joseph Eldridge of Roanoke is in 4. 11 even for a PR at the ODAC Outdoor Championships. 10th place. And in 11:05, the W&L Carnival for 5th earlier this season. Joel Daigle of Bryant and Stratton, someone else who can really make a mark. 11:11 PR earlier this season. He had an 11:01 result, was illegal. Tydrick Stewart of Methodist, Logan Wade of Methodist in 6 and 7. Peyton Honeycutt of UVA Wise is in 8. False start. We'll have to see where the official goes. You could tell it just looked awkward off the line. So we will go back and do it again. It's always that wait where you're so anxious trying to get off your blocks. We will wait a few more seconds. The walk for the official, so difficult. It's going to go to lane 6, Tydrick Stewart, so his day in the 100-meter dash is done. It is a red card. Unfortunate start, so we will do it over again. So Stewart is done. Wade, his teammate, still in 7, and we will get back in our blocks. Remember, we had 2 races yesterday in the 1500 that got called back. Don't think it was a false start as much as it was a timing mishap, but we'll see if the 100 has a few more antics this time, looking to get off cleanly. Fast stuff all around. 3 or 4 in the mix. It's anybody's game through the line. It might come down to Eldridge and Wade. Wade does get the victory, 10:98 from lane 7. Eldridge is in 2nd. Moss just behind in 3rd. We had a feeling it would be close. The way that it looked at 40 or 50 meters, there really wasn't much separation. But Wade, nice work just to stay persistent, comes away in the lead, and we move on to the fourth section. Brandon Heffinger of Roanoke is in 1, Jordan Edwards of Randolph in 2, Andre Lucas of Southern Virginia in 3, and Reese Creedon of Mary Washington in 4. The man to beat, an 11:11 PR from Mount Olive to cap last outdoor season. We will see if he can find the victory today. Neil Godfrey of Wittenberg, someone else to watch, an 11:16 PR coming into this one. That was a 4th place finish at the Pioneer Invite for this Wittenberg squad earlier this year. Kieran Mervillis of Bryant and Stratton is in 6. Nicholas Andrews of Averett in 7. Jamari Johnson of Patrick and Henry in 8. It is crazy to look at this season and see how many meets have already come and gone. You just expect it in track and field, but the way that this season has been going, especially if you are in the ODAC, you understand those conference championships are on the way sooner rather than later. Creedon in 4, the guy to keep your eyes on. Clean start. A good one from Lucas at 3. He has just a few steps. Watch Andrews. Tight between 2nd and 3rd. It looked like Edwards might have made the lean a little too early, and Andre Lucas will come away with it. 11:70. It might have been a tie for 1st. No, just 100th of a second. We thought for a second that it would be a tie. We haven't seen many of those at home this season. An 11:69 result for Lucas. And Edwards from Randolph settles for 2nd, Andrews in 3rd. Tough conditions. The way the wind works, it helps some people, will hurt others. You just don't know what to expect, and you got to go out and throw your best punch. And we have seen multiple variations of responses and reactions from these athletes. If you watch yesterday in the 1500 and the mile, you could just see it coming off the curve. It is like a violent gust on that far side. Again, we don't know which way it is going right now, whether it's helping or hurting people in this section, but we still are seeing consistent times, at least when you look at these personal bests. We've seen a few PRs already. Brazon Cook of Bryant and Stratton is in lane 1. Bryson Hill of Roanoke is in 2. Claython Henfield of King is in 3. Dylan Hughes of Roanoke in 4. Michael Leach of Lynchburg in 5. Brendan Easley, Patrick and Henry in 6. Aiden Spradlin of Roanoke in 7. And Matt Rogers in 8 for Wittenberg. As you see the names on your screen, we will try to keep reading them to you, so in case you miss them, you are fully updated. We're keeping things crystal clear, as transparent as possible all around here at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. If you're joining us at home, we are glad that you are watching, whether you are a parent or just a fan of the program. Clean starts. Tough one to judge right away, but it does look like Spradlin of Roanoke has a shot. It's going to actually end up being Brazon Cook from lane 1. If our prediction holds clear, no, it is Spradlin. 11:43, and there is the tie that we were waiting for. So we were halfway right. 11:43 for Spradlin and Cook. And then Hill, 11:57. If you are unfamiliar with track and field and you are just watching a race as a neutral, it can be so tough to decipher who comes away with it, especially when you have a different vantage point. It takes a lot of watching and really seeing different things happen before you can become confident with it. A little bit easier in your distance races. You know who comes away with the victories and who doesn't. The cool thing with sprints, though, is that you see these special finishes and there are really no surprises when those times are tight. You look at the heat sheet, you understand it was supposed to be pretty close. Section 6 will feature Damari Brown of Roanoke in 1, Kareem Dillon of Mary Washington in 2, Jaden Lacey, freshman from Lynchburg in 3, Clarence Reeders of CNU in 4, Johnny Maynor of Methodist in 5, Marshall Madison of CNU in 6, David Ajay of CNU in 7, and Tyson Worthy of Pfeiffer in 8. Here we go, off and away in this 6th section. Tight the entire way. Maynor and Madison might be battling for it. Keep your eyes on Brown in 1. It's going to be a Johnny Maynor who comes away with it from lane 5, Methodist. And 11:25. Worthy and Madison will round out the podium in section 6, and we are halfway home in the men's 100-meter dash. Strong showing so far, especially some of the inside lanes. It doesn't affect the 100 as much as it does the 200 because you're just dealing with the railing on your left side, but you do know that it's just a little bit of a psychological difference because if you're in lane 1 or lane 8, you're probably not favored for the section. The 4 and 5 lanes are the ones that have the high seed in the heat, but you do at least have the entire field on one side, and so there's not much looking around, no guesswork. Brian Hope of Southern Virginia's in 1, Matthew Rose, Mary Washington in 2, Jason Duncan of Mary Washington in 3, Quentin Jones of Averett in 4, Langley Forte of CNU in 5, David Dennis of Pfeiffer in 6, Levon Aiken of Methodist in 7, and Zen Mong running for UNCG in 8. If you're just joining in, welcome to the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic here at the University of Lynchburg. Your results are all brought to you by Blue Ridge Timing. You can visit them online for a meet schedule, heats, and results. You got it all. And we have all the track coverage from today's event. Clean starts for the 7th section. Few good steps from Jason Duncan of Mary Washington. He has the lead, but temporarily. Can he hold on from lane 3? Looks like he does. It might have been Forte of CNU who made this result tight. He will win at 12:04. Duncan in 12:07. Forte wins it with the lean. Aiken gets top 3 as well for Methodist. We've seen a few of the Monarchs finding the podium in each heat. When we say podium, remember that is just for the section. Really, most of your top results come for that 1st and 2nd section. Caleb Yeary of UVA Wise was the man to come away with the 1st heat, and so expect his time to hold on. He has been very impressive when he comes to the University of Lynchburg. We've seen it a few different times. Now we move on to the 8th section. Gary Hunter of Randolph is in 1. Braden Dutton of UVA Wise in 2. Davis Neal of Roanoke in 3. John Laser of CNU in 4. Xavier Calloway of Randolph in 5. Skylar Miller of King in 6. Jaden Patton of Randolph in 7. Anthony Bland of Wittenberg in 8. The women's sections will directly follow this men's 100-meter dash. Pretty much exclusively sprint events today. You got a few distance wrinkles in there with the 800 and steeplechase, but most of those events went down last night. You can find that stream on LHSN's YouTube page. Interesting setup here. It's lanes 5 through 8 occupied. 4-man race. Who wants it out of the 4? The Wildcats of Randolph. A blistering start. They will hold this one through, but which one will it be? It's going to be Xavier Calloway. Running smoothly from lane 5 that takes the 8th section. So we wait for the time, 11:87. And then Patton and 12 even. Miller rounds out the top 3. It's good if you're a Randolph fan, being able to see your teammates working together. The 100's a little bit different than those distance events in the sense that it doesn't take as much psychologically. Once you get to the race, once you're on the line, it's almost down to your training and what you've been able to do. For distance, a little more strategy. But you do understand there is certainly something to be said about practice. Alan Iverson might not appreciate that comment, but you understand the training really makes the athlete and the sport, and you understand what these athletes are being able to accomplish. Looked at Anaya Seward and all those with high accolades from Lynchburg's side of things at the senior day recognition, and that stuff does not happen overnight. Section 9 features Bryce Ray of Wittenberg in 1, Teague Ward of Roanoke in 2, Matthew Ryan of CNU in 3, Jordan Davis of UNCG in 4, David Batts of Pfeiffer in 5, Caden Culp of East Coast Elite in 6, Gary Lane in 7 representing CNU, and Colby Simone in 8 for King. Seven athletes go down to their blocks. Davis and Batts in 4 and 5 respectively might come away with this one. Even start. Culp in 6 might have a few steps, or it's David Batts of Pfeiffer. Batts will get it done, 11:67. Ray and Davis finished 2nd and 3rd. Tough seeing that lane alignment from where we are at, but it is a pretty easy finish and a good result for David Batts in 5, as we anticipated. Section 10 on the way. We hear Darnell Alexander Jr. in lane 1 has a pretty good cheering section in attendance. He will be in lane 1 from Methodist. Not too far of a trip from down in Fayetteville. Leo Brennan of CNU in 2, Brandon Peterson of CNU in 3, Matthew Fitzner of Longwood in 4, Elvin Chandler, Methodist in 5. Jamison Tanner from across town in Randolph, he's in 6. Lemuel Avery of CNU in 7, and Andrew Scheinbeck of Methodist in 8.
Section number 10, lane 1. Darnell Alexander Jr. Methodist. 2 will be Leo Brennan of Christopher Newport. 3 will be Brandon Peterson.
These 100s moving along quickly. This is a very quick second day, and we can't really remember a day in which we've had this quick of a meet. We don't want to start saying that now, because there is a long time until you get to this afternoon, but there are a pair of lacrosse games taking place on Schellenberger Field afterwards, and so hence the reason you're trying to get the track action done as quickly as possible. But we are enjoying our moment around the oval. We've had a lot of fun already. Hard to believe you're almost halfway through the meet. We haven't really started day 2. It's been a quick 100-meter dash, and this is the 10th section on the men's side. Clean start. It's a fast one in lane 3. Brandon Peterson, a few quick steps over his teammate. He will get it done. Or Shinebeck comes away with it. 1083 in lane 1. Wow. Might need instant replay on that. That was impressive stuff. Shinebeck 1083, Peterson in second, Brennan in third. Andrew Shinebeck, very impressive stuff in lane 8. As you see on the left side of your screen, there is a wall that really separates the track from everybody upstairs, whether you're in the press box or up in the stands. Wow, Andrew Shinebeck puts on a show from the 10th section. You have some athletes in these later sections that have no time recorded, so sometimes that's why you get those big results, but I think that might have just been a big PR for Shinebeck. Jerron Paleka of Southern Virginia's in lane 1 for section 11. Michael Stallings of Bryant and Stratton in 2. Jacob Phelps of CNU is in 3. Makara Periri of Southern Virginia in 4. Isaiah Johnson for the Virginia University of Lynchburg in 5. Michael Gessacy of CNU in 6. David Karoke of CNU in 7. And then Montrell Coville of Bryant and Stratton in 8. Just 2 more sections on the guys' side before we see the fast heat for the women. Eight sections on the women's side. Here we go, 11th section. Michael Stallings of Bryant and Stratton is out, but it is another lane 8 speedster. Montrell Coville of Bryant and Stratton will get it done, 1091. Another fast one, and not much surprise when you consider the fact that there might be athletes in these sections, as we just said, who don't have those times recorded. You don't know what to expect, but there is one recorded. It is stapled into the result sheet, 1091 for Coville from lane 8 and section 11. One more section for the men's 100-meter dash. We are enjoying what we are seeing, and it has just been a quick day all around. Twelfth section features Micah Roberts of UVA Wise in 3, Aiden Stant of Roanoke in 4, Justin Ford of Mary Washington in 5. This will be the 12th and final section. Yeah, the 100 can be so difficult just because you're not guaranteed a legal time every single time you race. Think about the wind and some of the standards. So it's about maximizing your opportunities and really delivering when the moment is brightest. Here we go, final section. It could be another quick one. Justin Ford has taken off all alone through the line. It's going to be right around 11. Ford 11:23. Impressive stuff. Roberts in second, Stant in third. That rounds out the men's 100-meter dash. And in a 3-man heat, sometimes a little bit tougher to try and record that time. You see some high fives all around as that one concludes, and we move on to the women's sections. Definitely a vote of confidence if you're a coach and you see your athletes being able to do that essentially alone. The athletes in this first section of the women's 100-meter dash will not have that issue. It will be a quick one. Sydney Trussell of CNU in lane 4 will be the one to watch. But let's go ahead and introduce everybody in the field. The facility record is 11:63 from all the way back in 2003, so something to consider. Destiny Ainsley Curtin of UVA Wise will be in lane 1. Zora Shakan of Wittenberg in 2, 12:30 PR. Top 3 at the North Coast Indoor Championships. Anaya Seward in the blocks in lane 3. The record holder for Lynchburg in the 100-meter dash, and 8 school records to her name. Was going to say an 8-time record holder. That wouldn't make sense, but she has run a school record 8 times, and she will probably continue to emulate some of those records she has already set. Seward comes into this one with a 12:14 PR, seeing if she can hold on. Sydney Trussell in lane 4, the one to watch, 12:07 PR. Second at Dennis Craddock last year, and that is the personal best mark that she set. First in the 200 and 400 at the Coast to Coast Indoor Championships. Megan Frazier will be in 5 at 12:10 PR. She's boosting every part of her resume. 57:33, 400 PR at the Landon Bond Classic. She comes over to the 100 for this one. Sophia Redmond of Mary Washington in 6, 12:27 PR. Very quick stuff. First in the Coast to Coast Indoor 60, Nalonda Henderson, Roanoke in 7, and Jayla Thomas of Pfeiffer in 8. Trussell is not in her blocks. Lane 4 is vacant. It's anybody's game. Clean start. A good one from Frazier. She has a few steps. Don't rule out Sophia Redmond. 3 in the field, and Seward might have a shot. Wait for the results. Anaya Seward might have gotten it with the lean at 12:17. Just off her personal best. It's a game of hundredths. And Seward comes in and really rocking and rolling. 12:17. So you see the results on your screen. It was a quick field as we anticipated. Seward is just so clinical when she gets on the line. Redmond in 2nd, Frazier in 3rd. Redmond came away with a personal best, and so you know when you get everybody, some of those top names, the quick ones in one section, you can expect some fast results. Riley Turner of Lynchburg will be in lane 1, coming off injury earlier in the indoor season, coming out for outdoor, just trying to deliver, and she has been very solid so far. Michaela Heffron of Roanoke in 2. Heffron comes into this race in a good spot as well. We've seen the Maroons from the sprint side really start to turn the meter. Think about Brady Fowler and what he is accomplishing on the men's side. Madison Outland of UVA Wise in 3. Trinity Smith of Longwood in 4. 12:59 PR for 8th of the Hornet Open. She is the fast seed in the section. Kiara Smith of Lynchburg in 5. Eleanor Hinckley of Roanoke in 6. Leah Bizar of UNCG in 7. And Veronica Barnes of Lynchburg in 8. Part of that 4x4 squad that took home a school record last night. Here we go. 2 Hornets and 2 Maroons in the second section. Moving quickly. Right now it's Trinity Smith's to lose and 4. Holding on, and just by inches will come away with the victory. 12:86. That is really the classic race you expect from this 100 with the way that the seed times are arranged. You have 4 and 5 kind of funneling to the front, everybody else following suit. Smith 12.86. There's a look at our leader, and Smith had to feel pretty good about just at least getting out and delivering. It was a little bit off that personal best mark. You see maybe some discontentment, but anytime you get first, you have to take your wins and move with it, and that's just one of those sports where you're not guaranteed that. Third section is on the way. We have 8 in this women's 100-meter dash. Jenna Delp of Wittenberg will be in lane 1. Liz Wenger of Lynchburg, the senior, in 2. Brandy Gardner of Methodist in 3. Aisha Watson of Hollins in 4. Watson comes in for her 100 debut. 27.16 200 PR this season. She was first in the triple and second in the long jump, the Doc Jobson Invitational. Tatiana Langston from Randolph in 5 at 12.80 PR, first at the Wildcat Track Festival. Peyton Wilson of UNCG in 6. Morgan Hunter of Wittenberg in 7. Jasmine Patterson of Hollins in 8. Section 3, up and away we go. Quick steps from Gardner. The Monarchs trying to stay on top, but Langston entering the picture, and she might have walked away with it. Late surge, late lean, but Langston loving it, 12.74. First in the section, Gardner gets second, and then Patterson just over 13 for third. Few strong lane 8 performances. We'll throw in lane 1 as well. Again, we're not limiting what happens. Everybody understands that anybody who is in a block and on the track has a chance to win the section. But just looking at the logistics and statistics, it's pretty cool to see everybody getting involved. Elise Curtis of Southern Virginia in lane 1 for this 4th section. A pair of Cougars will be in 2nd and 3rd lanes. Talia Prosper in 2. And Saida Bangura of Everett in 3. Nyla Lucas of Meredith in 4. Maybe the 1-2 watch in this section. 13.18 PR from the Adidas Trojan Challenge. We mentioned Riley Turner for Lynchburg just moments ago. Well, here is her sister Jaden Turner in lane 5 for Randolph. 13.21 PR. She ran 13.34 for 5th at the Wildcat Track Festival just last weekend. Camry Castle of Southern Virginia in 6. Or Kaylin Neal of Methodist in 7. And Melania Millard of UNCG in 8. Keep your eye on Turner in 5. She will be the fast seed in the section. Trying to just keep the momentum rolling here at Dennis Craddock. A lot of sections, but it doesn't matter which one. You got to go out and perform against who is on the line. A lot of yellow in this 4th section. Bangura and Turner going at it in the middle lanes. Don't rule out Millard from 8. 3 in the mix. It'll be tight. Maybe going to lane 1. It goes to 8. Millard comes away with the victory in 8. Curtis in 1 for 2nd, and then Jaden Turner in 3rd. Here's another edition of lane 8, lane 1 games. Millard this time for Division I UNC Greensboro. 13.27. It is a tie for 2nd, so Curtis and Turner split that one. That is why it was so close on your screen. Asia Williams of Everett is in 1. Shania Ingram of Everett in 2. Casey Kelly for Lynchburg in 3. What a cool story. Basketball player on campus, the University of Lynchburg as well. She is so talented, so athletic. Qualified last year at the Outdoor National Championships and triple jump. Trying to keep that rolling this year. She was 9th in the nation as a freshman. Coming back for the sophomore campaign, and we're going to see her abilities in the 100. Jada Fife of Longwood, 14:02 PR from the Fred Hardy Invitational. Watch her in the middle lanes. McKenna Riolo of Roanoke will be in 5 in her 100 debut. Aspen King of Pfeiffer in 6. Amani Key of Methodist in 7. Aaron Leitner of Mary Washington in 8. Almost a full house in this 5th section. A few hundred debuts, and we are excited. Might we see something special, a realization in this 5th section. Here we go, and off the line, Casey Kelly taking control, cruising through. She might hold this one all the way. A strong showing in the 3rd lane. Casey Kelly, 13:54 PR, make it 13:18 for the sophomore. Wow. The sophomore from Woodbridge putting on a show. Fife in 2nd, Riolo in 3rd. But it is Casey Kelly that we remember from this section. Wow. You're not guaranteed those results, especially in one of your first 100s. She did have a time coming into it, but you have to love it. Her teammates love it. And Casey Kelly continuing to impress. Always helps when you have Anaya Seward coming to you after the race. Pretty strong, talented group in attendance. Lane 6 features Alyssa Cervantes, a Methodist in 1. Olivia Hurley of Roanoke in 2. Zadeja Law in 3 for Methodists, while Katina Morrison, a Methodist, is in 4. Kiera Hawkins, a Methodist, is in 5. Cassandra Silver of East Coast Elite in 6. Ayana Halsey of Bryant and Stratton in 7. And Naomi Pridgeon of UNCG in 8. The Monarchs representing a few in this section. Will they come away with it in the middle lanes? Here we go. Right away, quick stuff from Kiera Hawkins. Trying to hold off her teammates. Zadeja Law has other plans. Going to town through the line, and it looks like she will come away with it. Hawkins will be the one. 13:66 off the initial look. Went back and forth. Hawkins was in lane 5, and so she does fend off the final surge. Law will finish in 2nd. There's a look at your finishers, and that was strong stuff. Very tight. Listen, when you have these finishes in the 100, it just makes it a little bit more fun to watch. Entertaining stuff. You might not appreciate the nerves, the anxiety as a parent, but we are trying our job to keep it as calm as possible. We're having a lot of fun at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. Say that a few times fast. Always a pleasure to bring track and field to you right here on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. 2 more sections for the women's 100. Lainey Grog of Longwood is in 1. Rachel Romska of Meredith in 2. Nadia Coven of Methodist in 3. Paris Cole of Everett in lane 4. Theresa Oken of Mary Washington in 5. Deja Morgan of Meredith in 6. Nikarasia Coleman of Everett in 7. And Andrea Castro of Southern Virginia in 8. Don't forget, we will have the high hurdles coming up. It's an event that is always fun, always entertaining. Hoping you don't see any injuries. This is the time of the year that you really don't want to afford anything extra. lot of sprint events today, and really the shorter events on the distance side. 5Ks and 10Ks, all those races taken care of yesterday. It was a fun evening from Dennis Craddock. So moments away from Section 7 towing the line. And now in their blocks. Here we go. Underway. Ogun and Mary Washington a few steps, looking to hold it through the line. Separation early, she holds on. We might have to wait a few moments for the time. No, it was for a second, froze up at 13.9. It is 14 and change for Ogun, 14.65 rather. So Morgan will get second, Coleman will get third. We're heading to the final section of the women's 100-meter dash. High hurdles after. If you are unfamiliar with track and field, the high hurdles have different distances. The men will compete in the 110-meter hurdles, the women in the 100. The heights change and the placement changes because obviously with those extra 10 meters for the guys, you'll move them accordingly. Last section of the women's 100. Claire Wagner of Meredith, Kendall Carroll of Meredith, Nia Johnson of Methodist, Caroline Fritz of Longwood, and it's just a pair and 3 and 5. Wagner and Johnson going at it, and here comes Claire Wagner of Meredith. Strong stuff through the 100. And this final section, Carroll 14.26. And Fritz 16.64. So we had the wrong lanes, folks. Not 3 and 5. That was 4 and 6. Might have to go back and look at it. Sometimes the timing will get messed up, but we trust their vision a lot more than we trust ours. There's a look at head coach Jake Reed. Look at him getting on the hurdle crew. Everybody is involved in the hurdle crew. If we aren't careful, we might get called down to start putting hurdles out for the 110. But we're going to take a quick break on LHSN. Obviously, we will try to show some field events throughout the day, too, during these breaks so that you can see what is going on. Blue Ridge timing has the results. We're keeping our eyes feasted around the oval today. So glad you're joining us from the University of Lynchburg. the men's 110-meter hurdles, and it is on the way. 2 sections and a quick section up front. We expect some shenanigans. We're going to have a lot of fun. Sam Callanan of Wittenberg will be in lane 1. Cameron Ritchie of Pfeiffer in 2, a 16-17 PR from High Point. And as a freshman, second in the USA South Indoor Championships in the 60 hurdles. Ian Wood in lane 3, the 110-meter hurdle debut for the freshman. 57-37, 400 hurdles, PR. Ethan Young, the fast man in the field for Mary Washington, 15-25 PR. He was 15-35 at the Colonial Relays for 9th. Daniel Graham of Roanoke will be in lane 5, another guy to watch. 15-54 PR, quick stuff. Quentin Wilson of Pfeiffer in 6. Davis Neal in 7 for Roanoke, and Luke Ambergy of Wittenberg in 8. Facility record 14:05, set in 1996. Here we go, and a quick jump right away from Ethan Young. Wood and Young neck and neck. A few quick steps in lane 4. Ethan Young will get there first. 15:31 for Ethan Young and the victory. 06 off his personal best, just over. Wood for second, Graham for third. In this event, it is so tough to be able to get off of your blocks and get over that first hurdle. The momentum certainly different than other races. You got to understand where you are at. Everybody makes it look so much easier when they get out there after the times of practice and just trying again. Takes a few bumps and bruises along the way, but they are here getting set. And the second section of 3 for the men's, or excuse me, 2 for the 110-meter hurdles. There will be 3 for the 400 hurdles later on. So this is our final section. It will be Logan Panabandalo of CNU in 1, Mario Carter of Randolph in 2, Owen Beer of Wittenberg in 3, or in 4 rather, Elijah Rose of Lynchburg in 5, Kobe Perry of Southern Virginia in 6. Long day at the track meet. We're trying to keep the numbers as accurate as possible. Maybe a few highs and lows throughout the day, but I'll tell you one thing, the results that we are seeing and the consistency of which we are seeing them have been very strong. Mid-season form, we're trying to get there in the press box as well. The third home meet for the Lynchburg Hornets this season. Started things off at Jack Tom's earlier in the year. It carried over a week later to the Hornet Open, and now here we are at Dennis Craddock. Just one more week left in the regular season before heading to Bridgewater for the ODAC Championships. A result that many anticipate will be favorable for Lynchburg, but certainly not given. They have had the history to do so, trying to repeat as ODAC champions, but a lot of legwork has to go into it. Maybe too early to start considering the postseason, so we will stay in the here and now. 3 men in the section. Here we go. A quick jump. Look at the efficiency in this outside lane rather, from lane 6. It's lane 7. We don't have that on our heat sheet. So 1475. There's your question marks. We don't know who ran it. A very solid run. Stellar effort. Beer finishes in second. Pena Bandalo in third. Initial inclination was that that was lane 6, Kobe Perry, but just 3 men in the field, one of them not on the heat sheet. So a strong second section, and we are moving on to the women's 100-meter hurdles. So you see some of the high jump going on inside the D zone. That's an event we don't talk about very often. There's so many details that go into coaching it. And especially early in the meet when, that mark is pretty consistent, everybody's hitting it, and then slowly see fewer and fewer able to make it happen. It's fitting that we are looking at the high jump before we get set for the 100-meter hurdles on the women's side. There are a few sections of this one on the way. 3 sections in this category that we will keep for you. Throughout the day, we are doing our best just to keep everything crystal clear. We're having a lot of fun. Betsy Monkern going to be one of them in the women's 100-meter hurdles to watch. We always know that Anaya Seward is more than capable of making things happen. She ran a very solid mark in the 100, 12:17, just 0.3 off of her personal best. And so Monkern trying to do something similar. We know that this is a race as well that can have a lot of variables, and so if you miss or clip one hurdle, sometimes it goes downhill very quickly. It's all about staying consistent, counting those steps, doing what you can to keep the race in your control. That's what Seward and Monkern have been able to do time and time again. 1-2 in the first 2 home meets. It does not look like Anaya Seward is on the line in this one, so Betsy Monkern will be your favorite in lane 5. Reese Newmeyer of Wittenberg in lane 1. Olivia Veers of Roanoke in lane 2. 15:32 PR for 9th at High Point last weekend. Rebecca Carr for Roanoke in 3. 1490 100 hurdles PR for the freshman, Anaya Seward. Slated to be in lane 4. Does not look like she will be present with that 100 earlier. So it is Betsy Monkern in lane 5, the one to watch. 1424 PR at the Colonial Relays for second. An incredible senior campaign, and that is putting it lightly. She has been sensational. National qualifier for 11th overall in the NCAA D3 championships and the 60 hurdles, 876 PR. Cammie Winston of Roanoke is in 6th, a 1530 PR, 6th in the 60 hurdles at the ODAC Indoor Championships. Ellie Knuckles of CNU is in 7, 1538 PR for 7th at the Colonial Relays, and Chandri Allman of Southern Virginia will occupy lane 8. We're just seconds away from getting this section up and away. Looks like we have 3 sections. Strong participation in the high hurdles. It's always an event that at this stage of the season you see some more athletes competing in just because you've had time to really have practices, get that form down. You trust that the fitness is there, especially for some of these athletes that are exclusively in track and field, which on the sprint side, it's pretty much everybody. We know with cross country, it's not always that way. You have athletes who run during the fall and they're already building fitness, just trying to maintain into indoor and outdoor. But these sprinters are ready to go. Betsy Monkern, can she keep it going, the spiral that has been an incredible senior campaign? Maybe one more PR in store. Here we go. Heat 1. Good start in lane 2 from Veers, but Monkern still inching away in front. Not even clipping him. She's smooth sailing through the finish line. Betsy Monkern. Monstrous stuff. 14:33. Consistency. Carr in second. Veers in third. Carr just 100th off a personal best, and then Veers 14:98. That's a big time PR after that 15:32 last weekend. Stacking results in a big way, but Betsy Monkern on your screen has to feel pretty solid, pretty comfortable on senior day with coming away with the victory, and it's really just another effort that has gone Lynchburg's way in the high hurdles. They have been really impressive in getting these results every single weekend. Monkern takes it, and that seals 3 straight wins in the high hurdles at home for Lynchburg. If you remember, we mentioned that Monkern also had success last weekend on the road, second at the Colonial Relays.
Section number 2. Lane 1 is going to be Taylor Molstein of Southern Virginia. 2 will be Anna Miller of Lynchburg. 3
Second section, Taylor Molstein of Southern Virginia in lane 1. It's the freshman Anna Miller in lane 2. 1778 PR, third at the Wildcat Track Festival as well. Lane 3, Riley Heward of Southern Virginia. Flo Torres of Southern Virginia in Ford, the fast seed, 1695. For 19th is the PR, but we know that that 4th lane has been situating most of the high seeds. Haley Troy does come in with a faster PR of 1654 for third at the Landon Bond Classic. She's in 5. Olivia Hurley of Roanoke in 6, and Ashley Ellie of CNU in 7. Second of 3 sections in this women's 100-meter hurdles. Don't forget, we have the full slate throughout the day. We look at the schedule. Our next event coming up will be the 400-meter dash, and then the 800 a little bit later on after noon. And we are moving along nicely on our schedule. Full house, all 7 ready to go, and immediately Flo Torres of Southern Virginia takes over. Gap should be large enough if she can't clip the last hurdle. She had trouble in the next to last one. Thinks she still got there. Torres, as we anticipate the results, will be first. Oh, it was Troy. Wow. The top three all separated by 100th. Haley Troy and Ashley Ellie tie for first. Flo Torres somehow sneaks down to third. It was that next to last hurdle. We just saw it was a little awkward. But a 15.94, the result for the leader. Wow. Those are the finishes you like to see. And this women's 100-meter hurdles. That is a huge PR when you look at it from a personal best standpoint. We'll wait to see those results cycle through again. It was 15.94 for Troy and Ellie. Troy came in with a 16.54 personal best. A big drop in that regard as we head to the final section. Heat 3 will feature Ariana White of Methodist, Holly Hilton of Hollins, Cassandra Silver of East Coast Elite. And Holly Hilton of Hollins will be the favorite in this one. 18.84 personal best, but you don't know also with some of the no time athletes, you don't know what those marks are going to look like, so expect it to be a mixed bag. We are not sure what we are going to expect, but Hilton of Hollins tries to get it done. Quick start from Ariana White. The Monarchs showing what they can do time and time again. The entire meet has been very favorable. And this will be another victory to wrap up these women's 100-meter hurdles. And it is a strong showing from Ariana White, the freshman, an 18.55 result. So getting set for the 400-meter dash. We're going to take a very quick break. We'll try to keep you focused on the field events as the hurdle crew comes out and takes the hurdles off the track. We're getting set for the one tripper around the oval. A lot of fun on the way. This next event is going to be a fun one. We're seeing the long jump pit. We've had field events all over. The Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic, another instant classic in the making. We're hoping that this 400 delivers. I don't think it will take much hope because it is a fast section. Features the reigning ODAC indoor champion in the 400, a guy by the name of Eric West, who has been sensational in his freshman campaign down the street at Randolph. We know what the Wildcats are doing. They're putting up numbers in big ways. Everybody will try to take a bite at the apple. The facility record in the men's 400 is 46-44. It was set back in 2007. Lynchburg's record of 47-52. You have to go back even further to 2001. There's a really nice look at our field events. Everybody enjoying the festivities all around. We want to make sure we try and share love to everybody competing today. We know there are many events going on simultaneously, so you can't exactly show them at the same time, but we will do our best. We're going to have a lot of fun describing it. This opening section of the men's 400, as we already alluded to, will be quick. Now the question is going to be how many are in this section, because you do have athletes with, especially those who double with the 100 and 400, they are very close together at this meet, and so you might not see everybody running. But there are some 400 specialists in this opening section, and so expect that they will be out and ready to go. Now, when you look at the men's side compared to the women's, it is a very different number from a 400 perspective. 7 sections on the men's side and many less on the women's side. I believe it will be 3 that we have in that regard. Just 23 athletes on the women's side. And then doing quick math, it looks like it will be 56 on the men's side. So wow, we have a very large participation, large representation. Let's go ahead and start introducing this opening section to you. Eric West, already talked about him. He is impressive. He will be in lane 1, the yellow uniform for Randolph. Graham Green in lane 2, representing Emory, making the trip up north. 48-36 personal best for the freshman to win the UAA Indoor Championships. He was the 400 leg for that third place DMR team for Emory. But Jacob Hodnett in lane 3 was the 400 leg of the champion in the DMR. The Lynchburg Hornets won the national title for the men's indoor DMR. He ran a 48.35. His PR is set at 49.05. Ezekiel Bennett, 48 even for his personal best. The fast man in the field, second in the 200, 400, and 4x4 at the North Coast Outdoor Championships. That was last season. Cameron Elliott in lane 5 for Wittenberg. The Tigers will try to keep it going in lane 4 and lane 5. 48.32 PR for Elliott. First with a 49.15 400 at the North Coast Indoor Championships. Gabe Quaque of Lynchburg in 6. 49.74 personal best at the Jack Toms Invitational. Just progressing rapidly, trying to keep it rolling. 22.45 200 personal best earlier this season. Bryce Worster of Emory, 49.70 earlier this season for a personal best of the Kennesaw State Invitational. And then Ben Aris running unattached in lane 8. One trip just about ready to go here in the Hill City. It's been a fun one. You wonder who gets out quickly. We know that Hodnett for Lynchburg is a guy who is going to really capitalize off of the back half. Everybody has his own strategy of attacking this race, and some will just try to get out. But either way, whatever you're doing, you're typically going to empty the tank in this race. It is very interesting when you look at the finish line of different races, how people feel. Most of the time, yeah, you're going to feel pretty fatigued, but the 100 and the high hurdles are so quick that sometimes it takes a few seconds to hit. The 400, you see a lot of people lying down after the line. going to the nth degree. Here we go, all 8 lanes occupied. Wittenberg and Lynchburg in the middle. Off and away we go, the fast section. Elliott of Wittenberg immediately moving with the outside lanes. They have an advantage off the first curve. Keep your eye on the clock. Look at Cameron Elliott work down the back straight. Wittenberg in a phenomenal position. But remember, there are some back half runners in this section. Around 22-23 through the 200. They're rolling now. And Wittenberg, the Tigers, looking to go 1, 2, 4, 5. Bennett, Elliott, neck and neck. The final straightaway will decide it. Everybody else trying to move into the picture. But right now, Ezekiel Bennett is trying to fend off his teammate. It's going to be Cameron Elliott. The lean at the line. Did he get there in time? Yes, he did. 48.06 and 48.10 for Bennett. Cameron Elliott, a big-time personal best. Comes down from 48.32. Eric West, a 48.77. The freshman continues to rock and roll. The 4x400 relay was last night, and so these athletes are coming off of that. But Wittenberg still looking fresh and clean down the straightaway. A big-time result. 1, 2, go the Tigers. 7 sections, we'll keep it rolling. It's hard to really live up to the hype when you see those times posted. Such a casual manner, too. We are not going to say that race was pedestrian by any stretch, but Bennett and Elliott working down that final straightaway. Who wanted it? Really just came down to that lean at the line. Christian Humes of Randolph will be in lane 1 in the second section. Siobhan Daly of Pfeiffer is in lane 2. Zach Jacobs of Lynchburg in 3. We know we've seen him multiple times, but this is a 400 appearance that is coming as the first since the Berg Open in the indoor season. You got to go all the way back to the winner for that one. Aiden Gilbert, the fast seed, 50-24 PR from the Emory Spring Break Classic. Brian Flowers in 5 for Lynchburg, 50-45 PR, another speedster. You see him on your screen now. He has been experimenting with hurdles as well. This one, just one trip around the oval. Nico Webb of Bryant and Stratton in 6. Kawan Williams of Bryant and Stratton in 7. Aiden Stewart for the Lancers of Longwood will be in lane 8. A collective hush of the crowd. Expect Gilbert to get out quickly. Emory has the 400 talent to do it. Will it be another dominant display? Wittenberg exploding in the first section. Clean start for the 7 athletes coming out of their blocks. It's a strong curve from Aiden Gilbert. He has really already made up the stagger on a few athletes, and now looking to hold on. He's in the middle lanes for a reason. Gilbert, 50-24 personal best, but he has continued to perform in big ways, right around 23 or 24 for the 200. He's all alone in front, but does he have the firepower in the final 100 to hold on? Here comes Gilbert. He's in a different race, but it might not be for long. The field approaching on the outside. Stewart and Webb trying to enter the picture. It just might have been Nico Webb. Results on your screen, I think, are going to be wrong. We don't know if that was Flowers. Didn't really enter the picture. We'll have to take a second look. There we go, Aiden Stewart of Longwood. He did come out from the 8th lane. They're testing us today. We wanted to make sure we were right. Aiden Stewart and Nico Webb actually moves into first, 49-47. It was a tight finish in those two lanes as well. Webb and Stewart, 6 and 8, stayed in the equation. Aiden Stewart was the one to get it done. Just from a personal best standpoint, you understand this 400 is very difficult to maneuver. And so for those outside lanes and sections like this where you're not favored to come away with the victory, it is very taxing, but it can produce some pretty good results. We see Nico Webb gets the win from Bryant and Stratton. Section 3 features Shane Henderson of Bryant and Stratton in 1, so we're seeing a large contingent from Bryant and Stratton in these sprint events, and obviously the 400 no different. John Laser of CNU in 2 said his name earlier today, so he obviously missed those races to be here in the 400, or maybe he doubled. We'll have to go back and look at the results from those earlier ones. Andrew Huffman of Pfeiffer is in 3. Matthew Henfield of King is in 4, 51-15 PR, 3 PRs to start this outdoor season, 100, 200, and 400. Troy Williams, a Methodist, in 5. Colby Lambert of Randolph in 6. Karan Mervillis of Bryant and Stratton in 7. And Colin Carter of Longwood in 8. Seven athletes in their blocks and breaking away. We mentioned Henfield, but Williams, a Methodist, is also somebody to keep your eye on. In the middle lanes, he's starting to pull away on the outside. Tori Williams of Methodist, 51-25 personal best, top 5 in 4 events at the USA South Indoor Championships. You know when you have that versatility, you can depend on them to make those big time results happen. But now it's anybody's game, and lane 7, Karan Mervillis of Bryant and Stratton has left it. The conversation is closed because he is filing through the finish line in a very nice time. Straddled that 50 mark, 49.97. He dips under. Mervillis, the powerful showing. Henfield of King in second, 50.75. That's a PR. We mentioned that 51.15 mark. And then Tori Williams, 51.11. That dips down from 51.25. So a big time top 3. The superlatives don't always matter, the accolades and previous championships, if you don't show up at the right moment. But today we are seeing very quickly these athletes are prepped and ready to go. Section 4 features Justin Good of Longwood. He's in lane 1. Mohamed Ahmed of Mary Washington in 2. Covanio Smith of Averett in 3. Nick Raya of Lynchburg in 4. David Karoke of CNU in 5. Matthew Ryan of CNU in 6. Ethan Hughes, Southern Virginia in 7. And Nick DeBoard of UVA Wise in 8. Full slate of action today. If you're just joining us on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network, this is not the only event at home. 2 lacrosse games later today. Baseball going on this afternoon against Averett. Averett is here for a track meet as well, so large number of students from Danville. Here is section 4 of 7 in the men's 400. There we go, 6 athletes. These are the sections that start to get interesting because it doesn't always end up being the picture you expect. Look at the inside, all 3 really neck and neck already. That is going to bode well. On the inside lane, Justin Good of Longwood comes through in about 24 high, heading into the curve. And there is really no question surrounding this one. If he can hold on, what a result this would be from lane 1. The Longwood Lancers holding on. Nobody in the ballpark. It looks like Justin Good will have it if he doesn't lock up. Heading through the line right around 50. That 50 mark can be so tough on the men's side. It just feels like you can stab it in a million different ways and not crack it, but it was a fantastic result. 50-62. When you look at the rest of the section, really doing that alone from lane 1, that doesn't always happen. And so from a confidence standpoint, you like what you're seeing if you're a Lancers fan. Ahmed in 2nd, Craddock in 3rd. 3 more sections on this men's side and 4 on the women's. So we get ready. Or there are 3 sections on the women's side, excuse me. We're trying to keep those sections separated. There will be 8 athletes in 2 of those and 7 in the final one for the women's section. So very interesting because most events are pretty similar in numbers for the men and women. This is an anomaly. You don't always see that in the 400. Pretty large representation. Jose Baez of Pfeiffer's in 1. Kevin Halima Grinshaw of Averett in 2. Jeremiah Davis of Averett in 3. Charlie Adams of Longwood in 4. Logan Koenig, the freshman for Lynchburg in 5. He has been really good just from a confidence standpoint, starting to buckle up and deliver some big time results. He was running last week the Wildcat Track Festival. Lane 6, Jacob Phelps of CNU. Lane 7, Marcus Smith of Pfeiffer. And lane 8, Jonah Hammond of Roanoke. Well, the hometown Hornets earn another section victory, another good chance to do so here in the middle lanes. Lane 4 is vacant. Long hold, here we go. Koenig really shooting out of the cannon. He's going to try and get out quick in this one. His inside lanes can also prove to be a problem, though. You see very nice running in lane 1 from Baez. 2 packs, that's going to produce 2 runners in front off the curve, about 25 through 200. The wind can really start picking up in the 400. It can feel so tough to maneuver. Baez looks good in lane 1. Koenig is still in the conversation and might produce an opportunity for Davis of Averett to come through. Koenig just doing what he can to fend off the rest. He will do so and earns the Section 5 victory. 53-32. See right away, not happy with it. He does earn the section win. Expectations at this side of the season, when you're on the second half, it is so difficult. You can have these great races, good performances, and still feel discontent, knowing where you're capable of being, and especially from this trajectory standpoint, you have to imagine that there are a lot of athletes who want to be there, want to be ready for the conference championships. I think the freshman, Mr. Koenig, is one of those who is trying to contribute. You see a lot of freshmen in the ODAC come through and be able to put their name in the top 8. Section 6 features Riley Brim of Patrick and Henry in 1, Andrew Estes of Roanoke in 2, Damari Brown of Roanoke in 3, Eli Haynes of Mary Washington in 4, Elias Polavchik of Mary Washington in 5, Angel Matias of Roanoke in 6, John Loudon of Longwood in 7, and Christopher Brown of Everett in 8. Full house this time around. All 8 ready to go. The Maroons have a trio. Here we go, one trip around the oval for the 400-meter dash. The 400s on the women's side will follow this one. This is section 6, still keeping it competitive. Mary Washington in a really good spot. Lanes 4 and 5 trying to work together are Haynes and Polavchik, sitting around 26 through 200. Splits might be a little bit off from our vantage point up here in the press box, doing what we can. Tell you one thing, there is no doubt right now Mary Washington's going to be in the conversation. Eli Haynes trying to hold strong. He's got his teammate Polavchik with him. Loudon of Longwood not out of it, but now Haynes will pull away right around 53 seconds. 53:22 for Eli Haynes. Heading into our final men's section. Never really felt doubt in that section, and the way that Mary Washington operated, you like it if you are a fan of the program or just a parent, someone involved, because you understand that typically results will translate to your teammates. When your teammates are running well, it starts to build confidence that your training is doing something right. You like to see the big ones, the punctuation marks. Damian Jefferson, a Methodist, will be in lane 1 in this final section. Denny Davis of Everett in 2. Andrew Schaefer in 3 representing Longwood. Benjamin Arp of Mary Washington in 4. Mark Betts, of Longwood in lane 5. That's Mark Betts looking to move quickly. Cy Therian of Lynchburg in 6. Bennett Atienza running unattached in 7. Darius Eubanks of Everett in 8. Lane 8 is vacant, so 7 in their blocks getting set. Still a very windy day here at Dennis Craddock. Hope the gust carries you forward. Every condition you have to maneuver at this stage of the season, it's so crucial to just get out and compete, to show people what you're capable of doing. And amidst the storm, we're seeing a powerful start from Betts in 5. Mark Betts for the Longwood Lancers comes through in about 25. Company inside and out. Watch Benjamin Arp and Andrew Schaefer. It looks like it is Benjamin Arp coming around the curve in the lead. Betts battling for second with Therian, and here a very stellar result up front, but we have a battle for second on our hands. Easy win for Arp, and it looks like Betts just inched out second.
54.36 for Arp.
See the results on your screen. Arp finishes in the lead and was not as close as we anticipated. Betts does get second. Arian in third, and that will wrap it up for our top three, and that wraps it up for the men's 400-meter dash. We're heading over to the women's side. Just 3 sections, still very competitive. That means you get pretty high volume in that top heat. Few athletes that competed last night. You're trying to build off of what was a historic result for Lynchburg. As they are quickly getting ready, getting set in their blocks. Let's go ahead and start looking at the 8-athlete field in this opening section. Deanna, champion of Wittenberg, is in lane 1. Treasurer Rosario Watson in 2, a 59 even PR from last year's USA South Outdoor Championships. Was a second place result. Trying to hold on. Tymira Diarmond, lane 3. She will be representing Wittenberg as well, 57.46 PR. Dawn Hilton in lane 4. Looking to fly, the fast woman in the field, 56.19 PR for 7th, the 2023 ASUN Outdoor Championships. She has just been rolling. 2nd in the 200, 4th in the 100, last year's Dennis Craddock. Veronica Barnes of Lynchburg. She's in lane 5, 58.28 PR, 3rd in the 400, 1st in the 4x4 at the ODAC Indoor Championships. Looking to keep it rolling, the momentum in a big spot. Ellie Knuckles, 60.59 PR, 5 top 10 finishes with 4 personal best. The Coast to Coast Indoor Championships. Might we have a little left over for Dennis Craddock. Lane 7's Addie Parker. And lane 8, Abigail Dan of Wittenberg. Wittenberg 3 represented Deanna Champion, Samira Diarmond, Abigail Dawn, but we know that they will have some trouble on their hands with the rest of the field. It is a fast one. Nobody is guaranteed the victory in this one. It's going to take a little legwork. Who comes away with it? Three sections, and the women's 400. Veronica Barnes, a quick start in lane 5. Keep your eyes on the gray uniforms. Ellie Knuckles, also of CNU, will make this one interesting on the outside. And really could be anybody's game off the curve. Right now it's shaping up to be a good one. Right around 26 through 200. Rolling through. There's the move from Knuckles, trying to leave no doubt about it. She's not out of the water yet. We are going to have a really good finish. Diarmond in lane 3, steps away. CNU and Wittenberg going at it. And right now it's Amira Diarmond just trying to hold on, but it might be Ellie Knuckles who wants it. Nobody makes the move. Almost identical finishes. It's going to come down to the decimal points. Ellie Knuckles does get it, 58.33. 58.48 for Tamira Diarmond. Big time stuff. Ellie Knuckles had a PR of a minute 59 coming in, and now 58.33. That is just what you love to see. You know this is a breeding ground for personal best. If you can just survive that opening 200, be in a good spot, really dedicate yourself to that final curve. It was some clinical stuff, and now heading into the second section, we might have more of the same. Section 2 features Cassidy Lewis of Averett in 1, Liliana Aravalo of Longwood in 2, Caitlin Lentz of Pfeiffer in 3, Jasmine Patterson in lane 4 with a 60-50 personal best set at the Hornet Open. Also set a 200 PR in that meet, so she's good in Lynchburg, coming from Hollins and trying to keep the ball rolling. We saw her in action earlier. Already got a section victory. Jessica Taylor of Randolph, 60-71 PR, won the 400 hurdles at the Wildcat Track Festival. Patrice Forsey, her teammate, in 6 for Randolph. Hallie Haynes of Wittenberg is in 7. Amanda Heckman of Mary Washington is in 8. You have to appreciate what these athletes can do in pairs, and with your teammates when they're bought in, especially in the same heat, you love to go to war for them. You'll see what happens here with the Randolph 5-6 combo, trying to make something happen for the Wildcats. All 8 lanes are attended to. We are just about ready in section 2 of 3. Gun fires. Will it be the time for the Wildcats? Does Jasmine Patterson have something to add to the equation? We will wait and see. Strong work on the inside lanes as well, trying to make up that stagger. We will see what happens as it comes into focus. Strong running so far, packing as they come around the curve. They're trying to really keep this one tight. We might have a photo finish if it holds up. The curve is still proving to not usher in any separation, maybe a few steps from Aravalo in lane 2. But she has company. Watch out for Jessica Taylor. Surging with Patterson. The ODAC duo going at it, and Jasmine Patterson jams out a Section 2 victory, 101.01. Patterson off her PR, but does get the win in the heat, and also another good result when you look at earlier. Jessica Taylor 101.24 and Lentz 101.35. Head into the final section. Elsa Karen Rice, East Coast Elite in 2. Samaria Little of Lynchburg in 3. Jessica Hendricks of CNU in 4. Noelle England of Longwood in 5. Jenna Andriasik of Lynchburg in 6. Kate Holston of East Coast Elite in 7. This will be interesting for Little and Andriasik because they are both coming back for the 800. Now, you don't know how that double will always work. Sometimes you just throw them in and see what happens. Interesting enough, they both did that at the Wildcat Track Festival. Both competed in the 800. So a new look for Lynchburg. The doubles can be very creative. You have the portrait and the canvas in front of you. You can paint away. If you're a coach trying to figure things out, you don't want to fatigue your athletes. You see sometimes those 4 or 5 event combos, especially when they are mostly track races, can be so tough. But now we understand that athletes are being expected to take on these new roles and really expand their versatility. Final section of the women's 400. Hendricks 103.68, the fast seed. See right away separation on one of those outside lanes, and it's not uncommon in a final section when you have those no time heats, trying to just really tune in. Looks like Noelle England of Longwood will be the one in the mix. But Hendricks comes through right around 27, 28 through 200, and now she is exploding into the curve. Little might not be out of this one for Lynchburg. Can it be a big back half? When they hit the 100, that's where it's going to really start giving you some questions. But right now, it's pretty smooth sailing from Jessica Hendricks. Makes it out of the trio and trying to make it out with the win. Will be just over 60, right around 62. 62.56 for Jessica Hendricks. Little a 105.22. Strong result, and we've seen them all around. So Hendricks, Little, England rounds out this women's 400. We have the men's 800 coming up, and we'll get set around the waterfall line. It is going to be a competitive section. It features a lot of local talent. You look at Randolph, you look at Lynchburg, you know what to expect, but it's just a little more fun at home, and we have seen some of the main characters and the big-time moments. Sam Laneza, namely, guy who came out last night, won the mile, trying to keep it rolling. See some of the high jump athletes, far side of the track. Cool thing about Lynchburg is that most of your events are around the oval. You have pretty good vantage points from wherever you're sitting. Decent amount of bleacher space. Division III is interesting because you're not guaranteed to have a big field. Not every sport has football, but still pretty blessed on the campus. Lacrosse games, field hockey, everything else going on in this lane. Or excuse me, on this field. We were thinking about lanes. We've been on the track meet mentality for so long. They're starting to skew together. Let's go ahead and start looking at this men's 800. Facility record 149.04. That was set by Tor Hotsung Davidson back in 2022. School record 149.04 as well. The Division III best right now is represented by Spencer Watry of Emory, and he's in attendance. That's pretty cool when you have the best in the nation going head-to-head. It's going to be Laneza and Watry, the two to watch. DeWitt Dean will also be in the conversation for Emory as well. But Sam Laneza will be the man wearing hip number 1, 149.38 PR. He's solidifying his spot as the 800 guy. We saw him in the mile yesterday, and he certainly has the ability to go across multiple events, but he has been running the 800 a little more frequently with Jason Hunt on the mile leg of the DMR. Nez took over that 800, and he is showing why. He's just had so much consistency and speed. An All-American during the indoor season. Spencer Watry, let's give him his flowers. Very strong 150.19 PR last weekend. Part of the team that finished third in the NCAA Indoor DMR. That race that Lynchburg ended up winning, as we talked about. 4:11 for first, the UAA Indoor Championships, and the mile. DeWitt Dean of Emory will be in lane 3. He's somebody else who is just always going to be a guy to watch when you consider the fact that these guys have all been on teams with a high level of success and high expectation. You know what to expect. But Dean has been very solid. 150.32 PR. Trying to make that go down. How about the man from Randolph, Cody Thompson, wearing hip number 4 in the yellow uniform. Thompson has been sensational. 152.55 personal best. He keeps setting it. He might set it again today. It just keeps rolling. 800 and 1500 outdoor school records. He can always give the leaders a run for their money, and Sam Laneza knows it very well after some of the races that they have encountered. Can Cody Thompson maybe wrinkle the picture? Marcus Chima of Emory in lane 5, or hip number 5, 151.78, 800 personal best from Boston during the indoor season. Jason Hunt, the local kid, the sophomore, Brookville High School graduate who continues to show us what he can do. He might be a history wrecker here at this University of Lynchburg record book, record board, you name it. Chasen Hunt is chasing greatness. He's trying to keep it rolling today. 151.96 personal best. It's been a while since his last 800 appearance. You got to go back to May 2023. He'll try to really change it today. Sam Bernard of UNCG is in hip number 7. Andrew Hamilton is hip number 8 from UNCG. Bellamy Emanuel from EMU is hip number 9. Jamison Mantooth of Lynchburg in the gray uniform on the right side of your screen. The last to get into this fast section. Just 10 athletes will be featured. 7 heats of this men's 800. It will be a quick one. We might see another D3 personal best or D3 season best between Laneza and Watry going at it in 1 and 2. You just know that when you have your 2 top seeds on the line at the same time going neck and neck, the variables slowly go out of the picture. You know they're going to be ready. They are familiar with each other in the South region. The men's 800. Seems like there's always something special. Right on time. Anticipated start was 12:45, and we just might see another result that we remember for a long time to come. Lynchburg and Emory highly represented in this heat. 2 of the distance giants in the D3 climate. All 10 ready to go. Cooper Hurst on that top waterfall line in the Lynchburg uniform on your right does not have a hip number. He's going to try and get everybody into a good spot. And here we go. It's time, folks. Every single time that we see these athletes in the same picture, on the same stage, you just might have to expect the sensational. You know Laneza wants to lead. Cody Thompson's not going to let him get very far. Emory has a game plan as well, maybe just to stick before going quickly into the picture. Laneza, nice pace around 28. It was a little bit faster than that. We'll give him 26 or so. And Laneza and Thompson sitting 1-2. Cooper Hurst executing the pacing abilities at a very high rate, high-level stuff. But Laneza, right now, it's his race to lose, 52 through 400. Can Laneza continue clipping, being the one to make something special? You understand it just might be the race for Laneza. He has been waiting to have 4:08 yesterday in the mile. They have company. Thompson trying to stay with the pair from Emory. And Laneza going to be around 120. 200 to go. Laneza coming in with a PR of 149.38. Chasing history. Here come the Eagles. Laneza has the inside. He just has to fend off the storm from Emory. And it's Dean who makes the move. Watry right behind. Can Laneza stick with them? All 3, everything they have to empty the tank, and somehow Laneza has found it. What a result from Sam Laneza. 149.13. Personal best, school record all unlocked. It's just off the school record from Ho-Tung Davidson. Laneza gets his personal best. He has sealed the D3 best for this season. Check your boxes. Wow. Dean and Watry, 149. Both of them under 150. Everybody just sailing to a strong result, 151, another PR for Cody Thompson. The 800s always live up to the hype. Tell you one thing, Sam Laneza with the D3 best, the personal best, is probably chasing down Toru Tung Davidson's mark if he keeps at this rate. It is not easy. This Lynchburg team and their program has been sensational. Can't overstate it. But Laneza knew it. That last surge really helps him out. Let's head into the second section. We might have to take a second after that one. Daniel Ferrante of CNU is going to be the man to watch in this one. He is wearing hip number 1. He has been around for a very long time. Ran at the NCAA National Championships. 153.65 personal best. Scott Masterson, 153.88 personal best. He missed indoor season. This is the 800 debut for the season. He's trying to make something special happen of it from Emory. Jackson Gibson, Davison Elkins in the red uniform, hip number 3, 153 personal best. Your top 3. Cooper Hurst just paced in the last section, was slated for this one. Carter Herklotz, Zayden Taylor, Cooper Gibson, Luke Demos, Aiden Gerard, Aiden Kimmener, Randy White, Danny Miller, Carter McKenna. That's your second section. It's okay to get excited about this one, the way that they're running it. We saw in that last section as well. Laneza got out after the first 100 and really held on the entire way. We might see it again. Masterson of Emory.
So here we go,
maybe following a similar strategy. 27 high, 28 low, and here they come. Davison Elkins entering the picture as well. The Gibsons in this one. Smooth sailing now for Jackson Gibson in front. Ferrante is finding his way to the front. Still keeping this one quick. They come through at about 56. 4 seconds behind that first section. That tells you just how impressive, how blistering the pace was. But tell you what, we have another photo finish in store. Gibson and Ferrante set 1-2. Here they come down the back straightaway, and you can tell already Gibson, a little bit of struggling. Ferrante fires away into the lead. Daniel Ferrante of CNU, time and time again, he has been very solid. And that 153.65 personal best, something he wants to go ahead and knock down. Top 5 in every track result since the end of the cross-country season. Can Ferrante hold on? Gibson might come back. They are rolling down the home straightaway. Keep it close. It'll be right around 154, and Ferrante will do just enough. Wow, you saw in the back end too, very tight finishes. Ferrante in a good spot in the front of that section.
And then it's Cooper Gibson of Davison Elkins, 155.99.
What a section that we were expecting.
3 guys under 156 in that section.
Ferrante 154.09, Gibson and the other Gibson staying true for second and third. Masterson was up early, just can't hold on. We're going to head on to our third section. The 800s delivering. Ian McCandlish of Wittenberg will be the guy to watch, the senior for the Tigers. 152.37 personal best, 5th at the North Coast Indoor Championships in the 800. Joseph Hughes, also another guy. Hip number 2 for Southern Virginia, 156.61 PR coming in. There's a 4-second difference between first and second. McCandlish is in a good spot, so you understand that if you're second or third or anybody else in the section, you got to do what you can to make it count.
Here we go with section number
Connor
3.
Allison of Davis and Elkins is in this section with Martin Lucas, John Atienza, Luke Tompkins, Lance Hatcher, Austin Izell, Henry Anderson, Luke Blair, Nikhil Maker, Kevin Farnsworth, Slate Swiger, Mason Duncan, and Evan Young. The move up front already. A little bit of separation. It's time to start reeling and dealing. About 28 seconds through 200. If you're just joining us, you have missed some incredible heats to get this 800 started. Sam Laneza, just off a school record, runs a D3 best, 149.13.
Here we go.
The move made from Joseph Hughes of Southern Virginia. 57 seconds through 400. The top seed is not present, and so it is anybody's game. We mentioned that 4-second difference between first and second. Rolling down the back straightaway. Connor Allison in a great spot, but the field is gonna try and catch up. You can see the pack starting. You don't want to pass on the curve, but you do want to be in a good spot, and they might go ahead and do it anyways. Look at this strong sailing from Henry Anderson, running unattached, doing what he can to find the inside, and now it's just sprinting down the home straightaway. I don't think he's gonna slow down. Everybody, the herd, coming home, but nobody is catching the man, Mr. Anderson. He gets it done, running unattached, 156.61. Blair and Hughes round out the top 3. Wow. Still some big-time results we are seeing. We talked about that 156 mark being something to watch. This sets the stage for our 4th section. Features a few more Lynchburg Hornets. Chase Maters from Mechanicsville, going to be the favorite in this section. He has been having a really good 2024 outdoor campaign. 2 flat .12 is the mark to beat. He wants to go sub 2 today. So do a lot of other athletes in this section. This could be deemed the unofficial sub 2 heat. Might we see it in a big way. Glody Mavovi of UNCG, hip number 2, 159.16 PR. The Phoenix Invitational, he has broken 2. They'll try to do it again. Henry Kimbrough of Formula Track Club. Charlie Stevenson of Davis and Elkins. Armando Nahara of Lynchburg. Both of these Lynchburg athletes doubling back from yesterday. Sean Tolliver of Roanoke. Andrew Huffman of Pfeiffer. Taylor Dalton of CNU. Alex DePoli of Methodist. Sawyer Helms of Pfeiffer. Connor Williams of Longwood. Raphael Shilangitha of Methodist. Marcus Sosa of Longwood. Trent Rivers of Pfeiffer. Coleman Huggins of Pfeiffer. Tight waterfall, and immediately Mavovi is shot to the back, and there's a fall. Looks like Armando Nahara went down. We talked about it, some congestion off the line. It was a little unexpected, and now we're gonna have to redo it. Hope Nahara is good to go the second time. He's off your screen right now. So we will bring this one back. That could be a conversation we have a little bit later. That did not take much to sell. Nahara went down. You can tell a little bit of pain. Coach Jake Reed right there, though. Think everything's going to be okay. Little stride just to get some of that energy back. Who said the track isn't a contact sport? We're going to always have a little bit. Nahara just going to try and get pumped up by his teammates as he goes back out there. Talked about Chase Maters for Lynchburg. Nahara has run 2:01.52. It's a PR from the Hornet Open. Another tight start. Sometimes if you are in a spot where you stumble a little bit, you do want to go down to start the race over again. Coaches will sometimes tell you to sell it. Now, obviously, that could be frowned upon by the officials. You can't just go fall down if you are in 5th or 6th to start a race, but don't think that was the occasion. Just think it was a little tripped up situation from Nahira. Round 2, here we go. This time Chase Mater still gets out strong. Mavovi again just felt a little unfortunate. That second spot, Nahira was also a little bit in the back. Chase Maters, with the intention of leading this thing wire to wire, gets out in front. You got to use the energy and use the section to try and get there. Sometimes leading the whole way can be tough. You want to have company in the 800. Round 28 or 29 through 200. There's the move made from Mavovi of UNCG. This is where you have to commit. That sub-2 pace is going to stick. You see about 5 or 6 in the mix. 1, 2, 3 are all still in contention. Mavovi trying to stay strong in front. And they're in a good spot for it. 58 seconds, exactly where you want to be if you're trying to sub-2. Here comes the move from Henry Kimbrough, Formula Track Club out of Charlottesville, Virginia. Showing us what he is all about. Kimbrough has been very phenomenal when coming to Lynchburg's home meets, executing at a high level.
Henry Kimbrough trying to pull away down the back straightaway. Mavovi trying to go with him here. 200 meters.
Here we go, 200 left. Kimbrough 128. Moving inside the final 200, maybe a chance for this one to go under 2 if he has anything left, and it looks like he does. Still moving smoothly. Mavovi's not out of it yet for UNCG. Kimbrough is almost giving him the lane inside. He might have to close that space, and this is going to be a sprint to the finish. Mavovi has the window open inside. 3 men all close, but Mavovi gets it done. 158 for our personal best. Stevenson will sneak in for second. UNCG representing 158.47. Comes down from 159.16, the personal best. Overall, you look at some of these personal bests at the front of these 800 sections, you understand exactly why people come to Dennis Craddock. These heats are tight. No easy wins, especially in these top sections. Section 5 features Henry Schmidt of Davis and Elkins, Ian Fellows of Roanoke, Christian Reed of Longwood, Tim Hofstetter of Roanoke, Saad Khan of Longwood, Christopher Lucas of Davis and Elkins, Paul Lenkoff of Davis and Elkins, Joe Negron of Christopher Newport, Jan Thews of Davis and Elkins, Denver Norcross of Southern Virginia, Sean Kilpatrick of King, Evan Pena of UNCG, Scott Manning of Patrick and Henry, Benjamin Goulet of Longwood, and Michael Jones of CNU. Off and away we go, the 5th of 7 sections. This 800 has been so much fun. Don't forget, we still have a lot left to go, just about 1 o'clock, a few hours left from Dennis Craddock. After these 800s conclude, the men's and women's sides, you'll go into the 400 hurdles, 200, and steeplechase. That's how we will wrap things up. There's a battle ensuing. You can see shoulder space limited as they come around the curve.
Denver Norcross of Southern Virginia, Joe Negron of CNU.
Norcross and Negron working together.
1, 2, 3.
The captains are in a good spot if they can hold on right around 59 going into the final lap. The sophomore trying to get it done, and here comes the move. Here's a separation that we were really not seeing in those first 4 sections. Don't think he's slowing down either. Look at the movement down the back straightaway. This is commitment and consistency. Can they hold on in the last 200? Around 128, 129.
Still a chance to crack under 2 minutes here if they can close.
Steady movement, and now it is all chasing the clock for the man in front. Henry Schmidt, 1 on the hip number, and it is proven correct as he comes down the home straightaway. 5 seconds if he wants under 2. It's going to be super close, and he is just going to miss it. I think it's going to be about 2 flat. 0.21. Wow. Schmidt will have a personal best. He doesn't break 2. It was so close. Paul Lankoff will finish second, his teammate, and then Denver Norcross, Southern Virginia, in third. Henry Schmidt. You could tell he wanted it. You know when you're diving and there's not exactly many athletes in the area code for that second place finish, that it is definitely a race against the clock. We'll go ahead and introduce the 6th section, led by Jared Smith, the freshman from Southern Virginia. Riley Brim of Patrick and Henry, Jonah Adams of UVA Wise, Mason Rudell of UNCG, Clinton Clancy of Longwood, Cannon Powell of Pfeiffer, Tyrus Wiltz running unattached, Cohen King of CNU, Logan Macklin of Longwood, Jay Norton of the Pacers, Javier Roldan of Longwood, Chad Douglas of UVA Wise, Brandon Nunley of King, Jamie Lopez running unattached, and Cademan Campbell from the Pacers. 15 men in the 6th section. Wind is continuing to stay persistent, and it has really been like that the entire day. It's unfortunate when it happens in one of your biggest meets of the season, but you gotta roll with the circumstances and think that everybody is still at least enjoying the heat. If you look at a few weeks ago, it was a lot colder here in Central Virginia. You can probably hear it throughout the entire facility. It's rolling right now to help them down that back straight. So the home stretch is going to be the problem for the wind if it stays as gusty as it has been. About 30 even through the 200. You can tell it is really an effort by committee when it comes to some of these sections. Who wants to make the move? Who's going to make it first? Logan Macklin of Longwood. There's a little bit of tripping from the teammates up front. Looks like the 2 UVA Wise guys getting a little tripped up. Now just steady movement into the back stretch. They should hold on for 1-2, but we might have a battle. There's the move. And it is going to be really a sense of turbulence coming into this final 100 meters, because you know that the wind is going to hit you. The wall is coming. It's just about hoping that flag is limp and that you're ready to go when it happens. UVA Wise in a good spot, and Chad Douglas is getting it done. Jonah Adams in second. Douglas, the freshman, rolls through right around 2:04. You like that result if you are a teammate or a parent. Getting the victory is always a good thing, but especially when you do so in convincing fashion. The teammates almost got tripped up middle of that race, and they still finished 1-2. It was a Very positive effort. You like that consistency. Last section. Glad you have stayed with us here on LHSN. This is the 7th of the men's 800. It features Eric Hegg, UVA Wise, Misha Wiley of Longwood, Matthew Petke running unattached, Avery Brown of Longwood, Luke Childress of King, Elijah Harris of Pfeiffer, Azeo Quintero of Averett, Justin Schmid of Averett, Carson Latham of UVA Wise, Joseph Smith of Pfeiffer, Bryce Christian of Longwood, Benjamin Flores of Patrick and Henry, Andrew Bernhardt of Longwood, Truman Meyer of Southern Virginia, Avery Wells of UVA Wise, and Hayden Mishak of Pfeiffer. Looks like we will have a final set of instructions before the final section, and then we move on to the always climactic women's 800. And you know they're ready. Lynchburg will have another big group. Emory has also brought the contingent, and they are ready to roll. Here we go, gun fires. The Falcons in a good spot on the outside alley, but right now you see a lot of separation early. Avery Brown of Longwood, we've seen him have a few strong finishes to get things rolling. The Lancers have always had a few guys that will commit early, and you just hope to hold on down the stretch. That's a coaching strategy. You understand, like what you're seeing, about 29 through 200. And now Brown can just try to settle in the lead. 1, 2, 3, all pretty separated.
Coming to the straightaway, they approach a strong headwind.
Brown, Hegg, and Wiley, 1, 2, 3. Looking to keep things rolling, about 61 through the opening 400. So no turbulence so far for Brown. Won't really have much time between the men's and women's races, so it's going to be pretty quick for us to transition. And it's just been fun the entire way. We know what we're expecting, and it's going to be fast, but you just got to find who gets it done. Who are the characters in the top 8? Here's a move going into the final 200. Smart timing before the curve. And now the trio coming home. 1 seed Eric Hegg of UVA Wise puts himself in a good position.
We've got Mr. Eric Hegg from UVA Wise.
There you go, not much separating Hegg and Wiley, but it will be Hegg who gets it done if he can hold on. And going through the line, a stellar result right around 209. 209.48 for Hegg. Wiley 210.79. And Harris sneaks in for the top 3. So just about ready for the women's 800. Opportunity to see once again some very fast sections. Lynchburg going to try to pack the front, keep it rolling. There's a good look at the long jump and triple jump. The pits have been open, and now we are just about set for our women's 800. Another quick section. If it's anything like the top section of the men's 800, we are in for a treat, because you know that they are going to be very quick. We're going to try to get out, set the tone early, and it just takes a little bit of extra oomph in it from that opening lap. We have seen what these women have been able to accomplish. Madison Tiaffi of Emory going to be the one to watch up front. And Emory has the top 2 seeds in this race, and so you know they're going to be ready. Coming into this race, the facility record set at 2:08 even back in 2002. Tiaffi has run 2:13 for 5th the UAA Indoor Championships. You're thinking 2:13 earns you 5th because that's a pretty solid time in the D3 level. Well, the first place finisher was the Division III best, Emma Kelly, who eventually won the 800 champ. She ran 2:05. But don't forget, this entire field is packed. Lily Taylor of Emory going to try to get it done. Courtney Drum, Hannah Edwards of Lynchburg. They have been sensational in these lower distances. Jenna Daly, Luna McCauley, Sadie Adams, Carly O'Toole, Tessa Miller, Lauren Thomas, Samantha Troop. Those are your 11 in the fast section of this women's 800. We anticipate it to be quick, and right away you can see some strong work up front. A little bit of pacing from Annalise Williams. Pacing them through about 32. And now the group just wants to stay and try to commit to this pace. You know it's going to be a hard-fought final lap. Everybody's still in the ballpark. Personal best watch is going to be a big one. Look at that. 2:13 through 2:20 range, just about everybody in that department. Right now, Lauren Thomas has settled into the lead, looking to just hold on in the inside. That would be a huge result for Lauren Thomas, coming in with a personal best of 2:18.99, right around 1:07 for the opening 400. Here's the separation up front. Emory, the Eagles, trying to strike away. Courtney Drum might enter the conversation. Look at this movement up front. It's Jenna Daly of Emory trying to hold on. 2:15.43 personal best. Emory is locked and loaded, but Lynchburg can do it too. Courtney Drum in second. Hannah Edwards in third. The final 200 trying to bring it home. Will it be some personal bests? Record-breaking stuff in this final straightaway. It's going to be an impressive finish if they can bring it home. It's Luna McCauley who was in the lead for Emory. Courtney Drum trying to find her way into the lead. Close at the line. It's going to be a personal best, and they roll through right around 2:15. Who got it? Courtney Drum, 2:15.64. She came in with a personal best of 2:31. It was a long time ago. Forget it. First 800 in a Lynchburg uniform for Courtney Drum. Luna McCauley, 2:15.64. Just below that personal best. So many athletes that were in the conversation. Lily Taylor wraps up that top 3. Personal best all around. It's a section that just felt like it would be highly contested the entire way. Emory did such a good job of strategizing and putting athletes in a good spot at the right time. And now we move on to the second section of 5 in this women's 800. Lauren Twyman of Davis and Elkins, the one to watch. Really 2 distance races today, the 800 and the steeplechase. Twyman comes into this one with a 2:20.51 personal best. 2 top 5 finishes at the Mountain East Indoor Championships. She'll try to keep it rolling. Heidi Barton of Southern Virginia, Lauren Massey, Cameron Wheeler, Shay Sukup, Herme Vasquez, Emily Leo, Ella Hessen, Delaney Tackett, Caitlin Lentz, Hannah Scoggin, Annalise Williams, Tatum Walls, Madison Lowry, and Savannah Chapin round out this section. Quick commitment up front. Everyone else content to let it settle. The opening 200.
Coming through the first 200,
About 31.
right at 31 point.
And now everybody has started to separate. This is just the second section, so you still expect it to be close. But if you remember that first heat, it was really on a dot coming out of the curve. Everybody in one spot. Everybody just following the leader right now. Caitlin Lentz of Pfeiffer trying to put on a show. Savannah Chapin will lead the charge. 106. And now it's just a question of how much is left. Opportunity now for the field to be in a strong position. Looks like it was just pace work up front, and so now it is anybody's game. Chapin will have a chance. Here's a trio up front, still trying to put down some nice times in a big spot. Who said that you have to be in Section 1 to get the personal best, to get the star-studded performances? We might see another one. 143 with 200 to go. There's that gap just extending. And the 1 seed, Lauren Twyman. Who else? Just continuing to perform at a high level for the Senators. Down the straightaway, and nobody is going to catch her. She has been strong and sensational here at Dennis Craddock. Everybody trying to chase big-time results. We might see some more personal best behind her. Twyman, 2:18.80. That gets a personal best. About 2 seconds. Chapin, 2:21. Leo, 2:22, and they just keep on rolling. Lauren Massey for Lynchburg gets under 2:23 for the first time. So a very separated first lap still proves to be close in the end. Look at the 2:22s and 2:23s on your screen. Was really concentrated in the middle of that pack. Heading on to the third section, Samantha Bolin of Longwood will be the high seed. Comes in with a 2:25.45 PR for 9th at the Hornet Open right here in Lynchburg. A freshman season that has just continued to deliver. Andrea Gallegos of Meredith will be in the mix with Sierra Taylor, Susie Gitmans, Vendela Savard, Cameron Bradshaw-Meyer, Victoria Pipinich, Didi De Silva, Priscilla Keller, Michaela Borst, Lydia Slimp, Kirsten Witt, Patty Bush, Mackenzie Ball, Caitlin Brown. Your 15 athletes in this third section. Up and away we go.
Here we go, third section off and running.
You know, the battle between the outside and inside before the break line is always fun to watch because you just never know what to expect before you get to the cones. Who wants to make the move first? You take the chance of being out on an island, but you also can have some stellar results, set yourself up in a good spot. That's what our leader does now.
Coming through the first 200. Just a clip under 33 seconds there up front.
Still separated as they come around the curve, and there's not much else that will tell the story. Patty Bush of Methodist in a good spot. She's going to have company. Samantha Bolin still staying close. The freshman who's been in the moment before, and here's the move. So as we expected, the outside, it only stays for so long until Bolin tries to take control. The Lancers have done that many different ways at this meet. You've seen some quick starts and some quick finishes. This time Bolin waits until the second lap. The question will be, can she bring it all the way home? Third section of 5 before we move on from the 800s. They have really treated us well. What a fun meet, what a fun atmosphere. It's very different on day 2 compared to day 1.
Samantha Bolin out front here at the 600 and 145.
145, Bolin has time to operate and space to do it. She is all alone in front. Nobody will throw a wrinkle on this one unless it is a hectic final 100 meters. We talked about the fact that Samantha Bolin has just been in good spots before, especially running in Lynchburg. Victoria Pipinich of Wittenberg is found second. Now an opportunity to maybe sneak closer to Bolin. It won't be as close as we might have anticipated. 2:24.28 for first. Pipinich finishes second. Looks like Bradshaw Meyer comes away in third. Salt was one of the Lancers, I believe, so it might have been a missed sticker. We will have to look at that a little bit later, but we do move on to the 4th section. We do want to try and stay in our pay grade and let the higher powers figure all of those things out. You know, as an announcer, you always hesitate to say certain things because you're wondering maybe you are the one who was in the wrong. So we don't want to insinuate that the stickers were wrong, but thought it was a Longwood Lancer who snuck into the top 3. Now in this 4th section, Allie Gallagher will try to lead it from Roanoke. Alex Couch of Wittenberg, Nicole Black of East Coast Elite, Evelyn McGee of Roanoke, Nicole Pender of Longwood, Kimmy Ferry of Longwood, Catherine Armstrong of Mary Washington, Jessica West of Southern Virginia, Savannah Reed of Roanoke, Emily Hale of Southern Virginia, and Lauren Fowler of Southern Virginia, Dorothy Lewis of East Coast Elite, Yaya Fletcher of Mary Washington, Samaria Little of Lynchburg, Sarah Fuentes of Randolph, Laylee Ramos Garcia of Patrick and Henry, and Kaylin Sanderford of Meredith. We mentioned earlier with Little that there might be a double in the making with the 400 and 800. Both were entered, but this time it will not be the case. No Hornets in this section. Fourth section, here we go. We'll see if Gallagher can hold on to this one. She's taking it out right away. At least that is one of the Maroons in front. And the move on the back straight. And so this one and one other section before we transition our attention to the 400 hurdles. And the 200s and steeplechase round out the action here at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. Just one section for either of the steeplechase events as well, and so it's going to be quick, especially up front. We see some first timers a little bit later will be in action for that event. We're just trying to keep it updated. Quick movement up front from Alex Couch. She's really on an island. The rest of the pack chasing. 5 in that chase pack led by Allie Gallagher. What will they have in store this final lap? Couch is just staying consistent. 1:14 through the 400. And you like that smooth movement as well. No warning signs yet. Sometimes a mid-tool game is really just growing exponentially when you're out there by yourself, but don't see any worries now. Couch is one of the Wittenberg Tigers that have come out ready to play. There have been a lot of strong performances from Wittenberg at this meet. Think about Connor Kolka, a guy who got in the fast section of the mile yesterday. That was something we were considering. We knew it would be a fun one.
Jessica West of Southern Virginia there in second.
Couch operating at a high level. No question marks needed as she rolls into the final 100 and essentially has led this thing from just about 200 onward. Couch in the lead. Jessica West of Southern Virginia trying to stay in second, but the Lancers are going to come away with it. Nicole Pinder sneaks into that second spot. 2:28.83 for Couch. There's Pinder's result, and West finishes out the top three.
One section to go.
Let's head into the final section, excuse me, as we go really just rolling through these 800s. The top sections were extremely quick. We anticipated it. We saw what our leaders were able to do. It started with Sam Laneza on the men's side, and then valiant effort when you're looking at it from Lynchburg's lens of things for Courtney Drum to sneak into second. Dawn Forrest of Hollins, Jaden Sisk of UVA Wise, Kai Wheeler of Longwood, Jenna Andriasic of Lynchburg, Haley Beliski of Meredith, Laura Brown of Meredith, Angel Skeen of Pfeiffer, Nicole Poston of UVA Wise, Sylvia Gillette of Hollins, Marlise Lucas of UVA Wise, Abby Kaysen of Roanoke, Sierra Siv of Hollins, Tierra Johnson of Randolph, Haley Borst of Pfeiffer, Laney Grog of Longwood, Caroline Fritz of Longwood, and Lauren Sedberry of King. 17 athletes in the mix. Here's a strategy that we mentioned earlier. We talked about Samaria Little of Lynchburg and Jenna Andriasic being entered in both the 400 and the 800. Well, they split it, and so Andriasic of Lynchburg is the one running the 8. She is quickly into the lead. Shorter distance runners, too. It's typical to get out quicker in the 8. You want to test your abilities, and then sometimes it takes a few crash and burns before you can really solidify that pace. Andriasic threw in 35. So she will be all alone. We'll try to hold this thing wire to wire. No doubt in the start. The 800 might be the hardest event when you're going all out on the track because it's just so much from a physical standpoint. You know the mental game has always got to be strong as well. There's Andriasic. Comfortable to have the lead. Lauren Sedberry in second using that inside, but Andriasic still looks good. Pace slows down a little bit at the end of this first lap. She has one to go. 1:16 as she comes through. Now Andriasic can just try to hold on. Front of the pack. Going to stay tight. It's that last section, the no time section. So you expect results to be a little all over. Move on the far side. Andriasic had it. Still in the mix. Longwood has a pair in the section who could cause some damage, and the Lancers have gone back into the lead. With 200 to go, right around 2 minutes.
Too flat at the 600 split.
A lot of separation early, and Andriasic really set the tone with how this race was going to be run. Ambitious stuff, but now heading into the final straightaway. there's no question whose race it's going to be. A little strut in her stride. Caroline Fritz waited for the right time before delivering the knockout punch, and now will have a big time to represent it. Going through the line right around 2:38. Longwood looking to go 1-2. The Lancers with some strong representation. They have just really come ready to go. And you think about Longwood, the way that they have been running, it has been so strong, so consistent. Looks like it was Lainey Grogg of Longwood on the results, so apologies there. Grogg gets first, Wheeler gets second, Andriasic gets third. .400 hurdles just about ready, so we're going to take a really quick break. We'll be right back with the opening section on the men's side right here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. men's 400 hurdles are on the way. 3 sections in this category. The women will also have 3 sections a little bit later. It's going to be a fast section, and as always, fast to slow in these heats. You expect some pretty cool stuff. In the opening one, Owen Beer of Wittenberg will be the man to watch in lane 1. Coming into this one, the facility record is set at 46.44. It'll be a tough mark to eclipse. Leo Brennan, Elijah Rose, Jake Applegate, Ian Wood, Brian Flowers, Cameron Ritchie, Cole Torres. Round out this section, Jake Applegate running unattached. The guy to beat 57.29 PR. And here we go. The 400 hurdles, maybe the toughest event to maneuver around the track. So much to consider. We will see who has the smoothest leaps today, and so far it is very clearly a strong start from Jake Applegate. He looks so smooth, just gliding over. That's what you want to see, and obviously if you're neutral in track, it doesn't take much to understand what it takes to win this heat. It takes a lot of technique, but most of all, just those calculated steps, but staying quick in the process. Applegate looks strong down the final straightaway. I don't think anybody is catching him. And now the whole race in front of him. Applegate, strong stuff, and nothing is in his way now. Look at this, 56. 56.11. Strong stuff, running unattached. We don't know if that 57.29 is as of recent. You know, a lot of unattached athletes will have some of those records that are being rewritten or it has not been posted, but a very strong result from Applegate. Owen Beer in second, Cameron Ritchie in third. Ritchie gets a PR. We know that there are a lot of marks at this stage of the meet where if you can still get in a good section, especially in the 400 hurdles, it's pretty specialized. You don't always have that hard heat. I don't want to say that there are times that aren't going to be run. You're still going to have a tough adventure to get there, but we do know the personal best can happen at any section, no matter how many athletes are in it, and we will see another example of it here. Second section features Skylar Miller running for King in lane 1, Daniel Graham of Roanoke in lane 2, LaDanian Donald of Averett in 3, Dylan Nick of Roanoke will be in lane 4. Nick comes into this one a 59.13 PR at Dennis Craddock last year, just outside of scoring at the ODAC Championships. You have to imagine he's on his way to doing something special. Sam Callanan from Wittenberg in 5. Walker Shirley of Davis and Elkins in 6. Chance Keller in 7 for Wittenberg, and Zaire Wally of Bryant and Stratton in 8. Got to watch the middle lanes in these races. You understand what you're capable of throwing down. Everybody locked in and ready. Dylan Nick, a Lord Botetourt High School graduate. I had the pleasure of being his high school teammate. And we have seen in the ODAC so many athletes who have just been formidable, coming out and really putting on a good showing in these hurdle events. A lot of competition. Nick will try to write the next iteration. He's got company. Clean starts all around. Immediately your momentum on this opening curve taking you out. You got to be ready. Hit these first few hurdles before getting to the straightaway and starting to unload. Strong showing so far. Those outside lanes, you got to keep an eye on them. Final curve will tell the rest of the story. Still smooth movement. This could be a really tight finish if this one shapes up. Donald of Averett also in the mix. Running in lane 3. He's got a shot to come away with this one. Nick battling with Callahan for second. And just one more hurdle. Can Donald get over it? There's the battle. Clips it, doesn't matter. And now rolling home. Battle for second. Donald just outside 57. 58.08. And it looks like Callahan sneaks away with second. Dylan Nick will get third. The wind has been picking up the entire day, and so very tough, especially for these hurdle events, just to feel confident, still go out there and rattle off a good time.
To the 50-yard line, straight away, please, an athletic trainer.
Zaire Wally is injured in one of those back hurdles, so they are tending to him, Hope everything is okay for Bryant and Stratton. One more section, this men's 400 hurdles. Angel Cortez of Southern Virginia in 3, Quentin Wilson of Pfeiffer in 4, Kamala Kogu, Methodist in 5, and Brad Beaver of Southern Virginia in 6. Wally is on his feet, so hoping that he can get off now. They're going to carry him off and check him out. We've seen a few injuries in these hurdle events. They are really the toughest ones to maneuver safely. 400 hurdles are bringing in so many different risks. You know, you have to almost sign a waiver at the start. It feels like there's always something, just because 400 is a hard enough event on its own. It's not just the hurdles, it's the fact that you're trying to really extend that effort out into a full lap. The pace is really hard. Just a reminder, as you hear Daniel Cutright, our PA announcer, it is Cortez in 3, Wilson in 4, Kogu in 5, Beaver in 6. After this race, they'll lower the hurdles. We'll do it on the women's side. There we go, final section on the men's side.
Here we go with our final section.
Almost identical leaps, but Wilson of Pfeiffer might be the one with just a little bit of an advantage. Kamala Kogu trying to make a move for Methodist. Every single hurdle just seems to get a little bit higher when you go throughout this race. It looks like this is the straightaway you're battling the most wind. Really no way around it, though. The flag has been all over the place here in Lynchburg. There is our leader, Kogu, trying to hold on to it. He has company on his outside, Brad Beaver of Southern Virginia, keeping this one close. A lot of first-timers in the 400 hurdles sometimes have the issue with just timing those jumps, getting quick steps to the hurdle. Tell you one thing, Brad Beaver looking strong as he's going to sail through the line about 101. The Kogu will get second. Angel Cortez will get third.
62.09 for Brad Beaver.
So the hurdles will go down. Everybody's staying in their blocks, just about ready for the women's side of things before we transition to the 200s. It is crazy how quickly we have moved along. .400 hurdles, 200, and steeplechase will finish it out from Dennis Craddock. One final meet will be held at Lynchburg later in the season. A last chance meet. The Hill City Twilight, believe, will be the name. It is very new. It has not been competed before, so you understand there are going to be some ins and outs. We'll try and figure it all out. We're having fun doing so. Every time that you get a new meet on your schedule, it's just a little fun to be able to experiment. Fast section of the women's 400 hurdles, 3 sections in total. Lynchburg once again has some athletes in this field. It's going to be a fast section as we get ready. The facility record is set at 1:02.88. Lane 1, Chandra Allman of Southern Virginia. Lane 2, Jessica Taylor of Randolph. Flo Torres in 3 from Southern Virginia. Betsy Montkern and Lynchburg, the favorite, and 4. 1:03.47 PR from Jack Toms. Allison Bopst in 5 for Lynchburg. Ophelia Ladner of Roanoke in 6. Lindsay Hoban of Roanoke in 7. Reese Newmeyer of Wittenberg in 8. Montkern comes in with the fastest PR. Also keep your eyes on Torres and Ladner. Montkern first over the hurdle. She has been sensational, continuing to stay consistent. We saw it earlier in the 100 hurdles, not a PR, but still a very good result. She has the lead early in this one, down the back straight. Maybe something in store, right around 28 or 29. Montkern stapling it shut. You can tell it's just the composure. When you get out in the lead, you don't have anybody beside you. You still got to keep that technique sharp, and we have seen Montkern time and time again. Now all alone in the final straightaway. 1:03, the mark to try and eclipse. It's going to be very close. Now it's just soaring for home. Montkern very close, and it looks like it's going to be a personal best. We wait for the result. 1:03.40. Yes, by hundredths, Betsy Montkern has another personal best. Ophelia Ladner, 1:06.02. Make that a personal best. Lindsay Hoban, 1:06.84. A big-time result for the Maroon. The top 3 earn PRs. Betsy Montkern leads the charge, and it is a great showing from one of Lynchburg's best sprinters on senior day. Seasoned in her senior campaign, she has just put on a show. I like the composure just to stay in the lead, really wire to wire. Tougher to judge that in the 400 hurdles, but it was very evident she was going to take that section. Olivia Veers will be in lane 2 for Roanoke. Haley Troy and Wittenberg for lane 3. Jennifer Moore of Randolph in 4. Anna Miller of Lynchburg in 5. Katina Morrison of Methodist in 6. McKenna Riolu of Roanoke in 7. So another Hornet has a chance to win this section. Anna Miller, 1:10.04 personal best set at Jack Toms. Jennifer Moore, the fast seed in the section, 1:09.63 set at the Wildcat Track Festival. There we go. Watch the quick movement as we go into the back straightaway. And really start instilling confidence, especially if it's your first few reps. The 400 hurdles, we know a lot of athletes compete in those 300 hurdles in high school, at least in Virginia, and then start transitioning. We have seen a number of ways to get it done. Right now, Anna Miller in a good spot. A little bit behind as we look at the inside lanes. Olivia Veers the first to the hurdle.
Anna Miller of Lynchburg.
Veers sneaking away, maybe a chance for the lane 2 victory. Miller went down on the hurdle, stays in her lane. She gets back up. Veers still working in lane 2. Company on the final straightaway. Haley Troy trying to hold off Jennifer Moore. Can't do it. And Moore is going to find her way through. The final hurdle presents some problems. Jennifer Moore escapes cleanly.
Gonna take that section 109.
This one really down the home stretch. Never felt like it was settled. You saw Jennifer Moore surge. You kind of got a vote of confidence. 109.18. That is a personal best. Shaves some hundredths off of that 109.63.
One section to go here. Women's 400 hurdles.
Might need a little rehab clinic after that one. A few athletes clipping the hurdles. Saw Anna Miller. How about that resurgence to get back up and keep running? You don't always see that from athletes and take it for granted sometimes when they do keep going. It is arguably one of the hardest events to compete in around the track. Anna Miller did a nice job of getting back up, and then we saw Olivia Veers ran into a little bit of trouble, still finding her way through. So final section on the way. Ellie Knuckles of CNU, Taylor Molstein of Southern Virginia. Really a one-on-one scrimmage type of stuff. That's a nice first hurdle from Knuckles. You can tell when you get that leg extended, when it's really smooth off the hurdles, that you can get the practice, you can get the training, and all bottles it up. You just think about the athletes who have been in the moment. Somebody like Ellie Knuckles, who has been in several events today, you have to expect that it starts to show up, all that practice on display. Here's some quick movement. Really separation and showing off now as Knuckles. One more hurdle to go. Rolling. That's going to be a fast time, right around 105. Ellie Knuckles, 105.28. The captains continue rolling. A great result, and you don't always have the numbers to show for it, but really start to finish, just dominance on display. Taylor Molstein finishes in 118.33. That will conclude the 400 hurdles. Getting set for the 200 momentarily, so we will keep you updated. We'll take a quick break and keep our eye on some of those field events as we head into the 200s. Just the 200 and steeplechase to go. Well, folks, we're just moments away from the men's 200-meter dash, one of the main events that most people anticipate at a track meet, always fun. And we know with the sprints, especially the 100, doesn't always show the full story when you have some of these athletes that are so good from an endurance standpoint. They can come in the second half and really rattle home some good performances. So everybody's checked in with the 200 the way it works. If you have not attended a track meet in person, obviously you have to check in for the 200 and declare, so the heat sheets don't come out until later, so they are fresh off the press. We are ready to go, and it looks like we will have 11 sections of it. Let's go ahead and start introducing this first section, another fast one that we anticipate. Sam Ryba of Emory will be in lane 1, Siobhan Daly of Pfeiffer in 2, Jackson Price of Emory in 3, Brady Fowler will be the high seed for Roanoke in 4, and he has just continued to perform at a high level, 5th at the indoor championships, and just continuing to build an ODAC resume. The school records, they keep stacking up for Brady Fowler. Daryl Wesh running unattached in lane 5. We talked about him, the Olympian. Don't know if he will be present for this race or not. We'll keep our eyes feasted on the starting line. Wesh is incredible when he goes out. He can put together some stellar performances. The Haitian 100 record holder. He is the guy, the candidate, that could really knock down a facility record here today. Daniel Fox of Christopher Newport, we saw what he was able to do earlier. Jalen Jones of Lynchburg in 7, and Caleb Yeary of UVA Wise coming through first. And the 100, he's in lane 8. We are ready to go. It is going to be red hot. The facility record coming into this one for the men's 200-meter dash set at 20:50. Expect this one to be quick. Here they go. Wesh, a blistering start. Fowler also in the middle. He's second in D3. Wesh is rolling into the home straightaway. Fowler's right at his neck. Who can hold on? 4 and 5 neck and neck. Brady Fowler might have gotten him. 21-19. In the gust, 21-29 for Wesh, and Fox 21-86. The wind will obviously pose some problems on a day like today. It was so quick. You can tell Wesh and Fowler, the way that they are running, just trying to use each other, and especially for someone like Brady Fowler, learning from one of the best. Daryl Wesh is always ready to go and ready to roll. Fowler right now, so he said 2095 for second best in Division III. The best is 2085. That was impressive stuff right off the curve. Brady Fowler had to use that last straightaway. It was the last 40 or so meters where he started making that move to get in front. We can talk about the resumes all day long, but you have to show up and show out. And what these top competitors just continue to do shows you why we regard them in that category. They just do it day after day. Let's head into the second section of this men's 200. Gabe Kwake of Lynchburg in lane 1. Saw him in the 400 earlier. Grayson Ring of Wittenberg in 2. Graham Green of Emory in 3. Zayon Evans, the budding freshman for Averett in 4. Jamal Jones of Patrick and Henry in 5. Zach Jacobs of Lynchburg in 6. Nick Raya of Lynchburg in 7. Brandon McClary in 8. Three Hornets in their blocks for this one, and it will be another quick one. Keep your eyes on Zayon Evans. Comes in with the fast time. And here we go. Fast starts from Evans and Jones. Coming around the curve. Who leans into it the most might be lane 1 who can come away with it. It's not Quaquier. Evans settling for second. We'll have to wait and see who was in lane 1. It's Harris, 21:44, so deviates from what we had on our heat sheet. Zayon Evans in second, Brandon McCleary in third. So wonder if that will have a ripple effect on the rest of the sections. All right, Mikey Harris running unattached, 21:44. Impressive stuff to get close to what that first section had. Zayon Evans, another good performance. Head into the third section. Brandon Heffinger of Roanoke in 1, Jordan Edwards of Randolph in 2, Bryce Worcester of Emory in 3, Cameron Elliott of Wittenberg in 4. Saw a very strong performance earlier. Elijah Bullock of Roanoke in 5, Matthew Dravdowicz of Wittenberg in 6, Joseph Eldridge of Roanoke in 7, and Aiden Stewart of Longwood in 8. Strong representation from different schools, different classes. As always, we're going to have a lot of fun in this third heat. Watch Elliott and Bullock in the middle of the track. Still windy, but has heated up a little bit. That'll help sprinters. Depends on the runner, but most sprinters enjoy the heat. They enjoy as hot as it's going to get. Helps keep those legs ready to go. You're not getting heavy or tightening up at the line. Everyone in their blocks, ready to go. And we are off. 7 in this third section. Little separation early. Eldridge and Bullock might have the lead coming out of the curve right now. The Maroons trying to get it done. Bullock, it's going to be comfortable if he holds on through the line. He will get there. 22:08 for Bullock. You can tell the emotions weren't on their sleeves so many times in these 200s. It's a matter of tenths and hundredths of a second. So difficult to find the way to solve the equation. Results on your screen. You can find all results from track and field events online at Blue Ridge Timing. You can also get a heat schedule. Should say heat sheet and time schedule, but the schedule is kind of irrelevant at this point because all we have, we can tell you this right now, is the men's and women's steeplechase after these 200s, and that will conclude action from Dennis Craddock. Fourth section will feature Quathon Henfield of King in 1, Colin Carter of Longwood in 2, Justin Ford of Mary Washington in 3, Matt Rogers, the fast man of Wittenberg in 4, Bryson Hill of Roanoke in 5, Mikey Hunt running unattached in 6. Believe it's actually Mikey Harris. He ran earlier that first section, so that might not be true. We'll keep an eye on that. Brian Flowers of Lynchburg in 7, Jacob Hodnett of Lynchburg in 8. Announcing a track meet is as much read and react as it is anything else because constantly evolving and changing, trying to just keep it as clear as we can. There's not always a script for these events. You gotta use and improvise what you have. all in the back of your brain. We are ready for this fourth section of the men's 200. Speedy stuff. If you look at lane 3, Justin Ford, he might have something to say for it, trying to come away with it. Few quick steps, and he stays in front. Can Mary Washington hold on? Takes this one wire to wire. Think he did finish in first. 22:52 for Justin Ford. See the results on your screen. An array of personal bests throughout this day, and obviously coming out in big ways in the 200. Roanoke got in on the action as well, with Bryson Hill having a nice finish, 22:70. His teammate Brady Fowler immediately ran out to give some high fives. That's what it's all about, folks. You see some of these athletes at the top level, and it's so much more than just running quick times. It is getting your teammates bought in. The best competitors can really involve everybody. Get it done by committee. These are the guys you're training with on a day-to-day basis. Fifth section. Jamari Johnson of Patrick and Henry in 1. Tyson Worthy of Pfeiffer in 2. Xavier Moss of Longwood in 3. Tydrick Stewart, the fast man in the field, of Methodist in 4. Brendan Easley of Patrick and Henry in 5. Colby Lambert of Randolph in 6. Elvis Nwaneri of Southern Virginia in 7. And Muhammad Ahmed of Mary Washington in 8. Remember the women's 200-meter dash following this one, 11 sections on the men's side. It's one of the more popular events you're going to see in track and field. Enjoying it so far. Some quick starts, strong performance, wire to wire from Ford in the last heat. What happens this time? Gunfires, all 8 on their way to the line. Immediately looks like Xavier Moss of Longwood is going to be in the mix. Tydrick Stewart of Methodist. We said it was a fast seed. He's trying to hold on. The Monarch reaffirms the crown, rolling home 22:44. Take a tick off that. Impressive stuff from Tydrick Stewart. Moss finishes in second. It was close at the top of the curve, and the more that we saw that straightaway, the more separation we really encountered. Not much else you can say. Stewart gets it done. Heat 6 features Peyton Honeycutt of UVA Wise in 1, Reese Creedon of Mary Washington in 2, Eli Wilson of CNU in 3, Jamari Generlette of Methodist in 4, Johnny Maynor of Methodist in 5, Anthony Bland of Wittenberg in 6, Levon Aiken of Methodist in 7, and Ethan Young of Mary Washington in 8. Saw almost a big high jump effort that is unable to clear the bar. We've seen that a few times. If you've stuck around with us for the entire day, we appreciate your support here at the University of Lynchburg. It's been a fun one. Really a cool atmosphere at this track. It feels like you're walled in the entire way. You got the scoreboard on the finish line side, Turner Gymnasium, Lynchburg's basketball and volleyball gym on the other side. Dorms and press box with stands. It's a pretty cool stadium atmosphere. We always love having these meets, and Typically at Dennis Craddock, the characteristic is fast times. The sixth section is underway. Shooting out of a cannon is Generalette in lane 4. He is putting no doubt into this one. Can he hold down the final 100 though? The Monarchs looking to go 1-2, maybe 1-2-3. Then, oh no, Generalette pulled up. It's gonna go to Maynor of Methodist, his teammate. Frustration down the final 50. Jamari Generalette, don't know if he pulled something, but out of the race. So Johnny Maynor takes first, 22.86. Honeycutt and Wilson second and third. And it's so unfortunate because they were on a really good run. He will check it out. A lot of the times it's not something major. Sometimes it's just spur of the moment, but you do want to hope that it doesn't keep him out for an extended amount of time. You saw about 10 or 15 of his teammates go out and get him, so hoping Jamari Generalette is okay. Heat 7, Langley Forte of CNU's in 1, Zach Strowan of King in 2, Parker Cam of Southern Virginia in 3, the freshman Logan Koenig of Lynchburg in 4, Aiden Spradlin of Roanoke in 5, Matthew Henfield of King in 6, Jack Hawk of Wittenberg in 7, Brendan Beasley of Southern Virginia in 8. The 8 are up and away. Spradlin had a great start, and he is immediately into the front for Roanoke. Hitting this straightaway. He's got company to his right, Matthew Henfield of King. Long stride, moves ahead on the final 100. It's neck and neck heading to the line. Henfield is going to have just an inch or two. 23.05. Comfortable result. Maybe trying to break 23, and that was a very close effort. And he kind of knew it. Spradlin in second, 23.16. That was a nice run, a nice start. Langley Forte of CNU rounds out the top 3. We're moving to section 8. Aiden Stant of Roanoke in 1. Jose Baez of Pfeiffer in 2. Max Archibald of Southern Virginia in 3. Porter Jones of Southern Virginia in 4. Ronald Steffen Jr. of Virginia University of Lynchburg in 5. Logan Wade of Methodist in 6. Marshall Madison of CNU in 7. Teague Ward of Roanoke in 8. Moving through these 200s, and it has been quite a bit of everything so far. We have seen, I believe, no false starts in this one. We did have a false start in the 100 earlier. Relatively smooth sailing. The officials, when they don't have to get involved, the second gunshot, you know you're doing something right. The timing of it, the anticipation. You see sometimes there's a crazy clip that will go on social media just because the timing was so perfect, but it's more of a reaction than a guess. You don't want to go up and be taking that risk in a false start. You do put yourself in a good spot. You just hope you can keep it close. say that, and they will redo this one. This time back down, just about ready to go. The 8th heat of the men's 200. Little separation at the start. It might come down to the finish. It's really nice running from Marshall Madison in lane 7 on the outside. He's got a few steps, but he's got to watch out. Logan Wade is rolling through. He blew by the final 50 meters. That'll make you feel good, and that will make your coach confident. Wow, 22:61. Talk about athletes who wait until the end to get it done. I mean, he waited until the nth hour. That was incredible stuff to finish it up. Smile on his face as he goes to the infield, maybe thinking, where was that a little bit earlier on? The good thing about the 200 too is it kind of alleviates the stress with your start, and so the 100 and the 60 being outdoor and indoor events respectively, the start matters so much more. The 200, as long as you are getting out, you're getting into that drive phase, you just want to hope that you have the back end speed. We know a lot of athletes who can get it done, and it's just the technical side of things they're trying to fix. It's a much easier problem to have when the start is your issue. Section 9 is Nick DeBoard of UVA Wise in 1, Ari James of Southern Virginia in 2, Zen Mong of UNCG in 3, John Loudon of Longwood in 4, Xavier Calloway of Randolph in 5, Eli Haynes of Mary Washington in 6, Micah Roberts of UVA Wise in 7, and Elvin Chandler of Methodist in 8. Wind starting to pick up before this heat. Sometimes you'll see starters wait a few seconds until it dies down.
Heat number 9, here we go.
So far, it looks like Callaway of Randolph has a good shot at this one in lane 5. Keep your eye on Micah Roberts as well in 7. Callaway really in a 3-legged race. Who wants it? We'll wait for it. DeBoard does get it. 23:98 for DeBoard. Callaway might have gotten really close. 24:01. We had to imagine he was have a chance to break 24, and then 24:02 for Micah Roberts. Wow. It's all across the board. Separated within 400ths. 2 more heats of this men's 200. Logan Macklin of Longwood is in 1. Jacob Phelps of CNU in 2. Jerron Palenka of Southern Virginia in 3. David Koroak of CNU in 4. Jackson Arnold of Randolph in 5. Brian Hope of Southern Virginia in 6. Colby Simone of King in 7. Christopher Brown of Averett in 8. Takes so many volunteers at a meet, and the more that we have seen the infield dispersed throughout the day, so many different people, it is just cool to see everybody from Lynchburg getting involved Obviously, coaches and meet volunteers will do their part, but it's really been a lot of the teammates as well getting involved. Cool to see everybody have a role. Just one more event after the 200. It is the 3K steeplechase. We can talk about getting meet prep underway. Well, the steeple pit has been a conversation that always ends up being a fun one when you're filling the pit, figuring out who's going to be the one to do it. Try to keep the water as clean as you can. You know, sometimes if you have dirty water in a steeplechase, it might not be a bad thing. It means that people are going to want to jump over it. Don't think you're jumping over the entire pit, but 1 foot wet mentality certainly in effect. We'll talk a lot more about that when the event is closer. For now, here is heat number 10. All 8 in attendance, ready to go.
Here we go with heat number
Rolling around the curve. Might be another tight finish. Nobody wants to inch in front yet. Craddock and Arnold finally start to make their move. It's really a matter of inches as to who wants it, but it looks like Craddock will come away with it. Yes, 24:42. Did Arnold sneak in first is the question. Saw 24:51 on the board. Okay, 51, not 41. So Arnold does get second. Macklin will get third. Craddock, pretty obvious advantage. Did not expect it to be down to the hundredths, but you do have another C&U captain who is able to win it. And here we go, one final section of the 200. Nico Webb of Bryant and Stratton is in 1. Makira Periri of Southern Virginia in 2. Damian Jefferson of Methodist in 3. Mark Betts of Longwood in 4. Saw some strong stuff from him earlier today. Darnell Alexander Jr. of Methodist in 5. Denny Davis of Averett in 6. Cy Therian of Lynchburg in 7. Cy has been waiting, getting just a few races under his belt in this freshman campaign. So good to see him out there for the Hornets. Again, we try to show the love to everybody. We know not everybody running or watching this rather is a Lynchburg fan. We're trying to target everybody, and it's so cool because especially in this sport of track and field, it's not just two sports that are going against, two teams going against each other. Look at other sports like lacrosse that we have on Schellenberger Field later today. There will be only 2 teams per game. So you kind of know what you're expecting. You're limiting how many fan bases you get to talk to. Track and meet, we have a little bit of everybody. Final 200 gunshot on the men's side before we go to the women's races. Strong stuff on the outside from Darnell Alexander Jr. He's got the lead. Can he hold on to it? They're coming quickly. Alexander might have been beaten out by his teammate Damian Jefferson. He does hold on, 25:08, Jefferson 25:11. So the Monarchs go 1-2, Betts in third. Tight finish as anticipated in our final section. We're gonna have one more section of the guys, so we don't want to use the term free track and field. It's not like overtime of basketball, but you do get extra 200. We will see who's involved. You know, these late sections are often the people who are entering the race late. So if you don't declare in time, you might get added to the final heat. Instructions from the starter in our final men's 200. So one more, the extra, the 12th. Put an asterisk by this one. Here they come around the curve. The extra section, it looks like it's Eric West of Randolph who has run into the lead. He is formidable on the 400 side. He gets it done as well. Lane 3 of this 200, 22:04. Eric West, I'll tell you one thing. We've watched him often throughout this season as a freshman, and even going to the Wildcat Track Festival last week. You just see the confidence because it doesn't matter how many are in the heat, what type of meet he's competing in. He always makes it close, and he always finds a way to keep those results rolling. And really, the sky is the ceiling at this point in the ODAC. What a time to put on the table as we move into the women's 200. Heat 1 is going to be a fast one, and we always expect that on the women's side, and we always expect that in Heat 1. Jayla Thomas of Pfeiffer will be in lane 1. Haley Wilson of Wittenberg in 2. Megan Frazier of Wittenberg in 3. And Nia Seward of Lynchburg in 4. We have seen her a few times already at this meet. Some strong stuff started last night. Tell you one thing, Seward has been incredible. Don't want to distort what we are telling you in sense of what's true and what's not, but I believe Seward has 25 all ODAC recognitions, which is absolutely incredible. Seward has just found a way to really reinvent success at Lynchburg, and it just starts every time she takes the line. It doesn't matter what event. 8 different school records. Just turning the page and keeping it rolling. Sydney Trussell of CNU is going to be in 5. Dawn Hilton running unattached from Liberty in 6. Haley Gamble of Roanoke in 7. Sophia Redmond of Mary Washington in 8. See, 200 starts on the far side of the track. Everybody waiting to have their number called on the infield, and so obviously the start is a little distorted, trying to keep as clear of a picture as we can. Don't forget the steeplechase will follow these 200s. That will be the final event that we see. here we go, getting ready. Down in their blocks. This is the fast section and the women's 200 facility record, 23:87. Here we go. Off and running. And they are ready to go through the middle lanes. You got to keep your eye on an impressive start from Trussell. But now it's lane 6, Dawn Hilton of Liberty, who springs into the straightaway. Might be passed by Haley Gamble of Roanoke. Everybody in the mix. We're going to let the results tell the story. We wait in anticipation. Gamble 25-26. Haley Gamble continuing to rock and roll. Roanoke is really continuing to develop some strong sprinters. Fowler and Gamble have just gone off. Frazier 25-36. Thomas 25-41. That's your top three. There are your results on your screen. Trussell had a good start, falls to 7th, and overall you just have to be happy with the way that the progression continues, especially in the ODAC.
Magatu of Wittenberg. 4 will be Betsy Monkern of Lynchburg. 5, Veronica Barnes of Lynchburg.
Lynchburg presence is alive and well in the second section. Riley Turner of Lynchburg in 1, Tatiana Langston of Randolph in 2, Lindsay Magato of Wittenberg in 3, Betsy Monkern of Lynchburg in 4, Veronica Barnes of Lynchburg in 5, Jasmine Patterson of Hollins in 6, Jenna Delp of Wittenberg in 7, Treasure Rosario Watson in 8. And here we go.
Section 2, here we go.
Second section, everybody stays even through the curve. And so far, it might be lane 8, Rosario Watson getting a chance to roll through the finish line. You don't see many lane 8 200 victories. You saw one now, 26-12. Langston and Delp, 2nd and 3rd. Tatiana Langston has been very impressive for Randolph. Delp gets it done for Wittenberg. You've just seen these races really develop later rather than early. You think about at 100 out, there really wasn't any evidence of how this one was going to end. Just kept it rolling, and good stuff on the outside. So we move into the 3rd of 7 sections. Madison Outland of UVA Wise is in 1. Liliana Aravalo of Longwood is in 2. Trinity Smith of Longwood in 3. Leah Bizar of UNCG in 4. Brandy Gardner of Methodist in 5. Kiara Smith of Lynchburg in 6. Kingston Collins of Wittenberg in 7. And Liz Wenger of Lynchburg in 8 on senior day. A lot of sprint athletes are really good at a lot of field events as well, and so it's pretty cool to see how it translates. We saw Casey Kelly earlier for Lynchburg in the 100. Pretty high success rate when you consider the fact she's been to a national championship, knows what it takes. It's just translating it into some of those sprint races. She has the explosion, the athleticism. Who has it in this heat?
Third section off and running.
Watch the middle lanes as always. Still not a ton of separation, but Brandy Gardner is in a spot where she can win this race. Few quick steps to get it done. Outland is making her job difficult in lane 1, but it will be Brandy Gardner. 25.88. Outland and Smith round out the top 3.
Getting under 26 seconds there.
Strong showing and continuing to put some strong marks on the board. Wenger 27.03. Ran the Wildcat Track Festival last weekend. Such a different atmosphere when you're at home. Theoretically, there are some athletes who could have run a month straight in the Hill City. 2 meets right here at the University of Lynchburg, and then last week a split squad affair between the Colonial Relays in Williamsburg and Randolph's Wildcat Track Festival. So there's another option to stay home, and then Dennis Craddock today. 4th section features Melania Millard of UNCG in 1, Jaden Turner of Randolph in 2, Malia Parsons of Lynchburg in 3, Destiny Ainsley-Curtin of UVA-Wise in 4, Hallie Haynes of Wittenberg in 5, Patrice Forsey of Randolph in 6, Saida Bangura of Averett in 7, and Shania Ingram of Averett in 8. Gun fires, all 8 are off and running. A pair from Averett. A pair from Randolph. Who will get to the line first? Look at lane 1, Melania Millard giving a shot at it, but right now Destiny Ainsley-Curtin has strong control over the field. She will roll through in first, 26-29. Malia Parsons and Melania Millard round out the top 3. Strong showing from Malia Parsons. She has been doing really well in these running events the last few weeks. You just see that confidence spill over. Everybody continuing to keep it rolling. Kira Hawkins, a Methodist, is in 1 for Section 5. Eric Killen Neal, a Methodist, in 2. Morgan Hunter of Wittenberg in 3. Cameron Castle of Southern Virginia in 4. Riley Heward of Southern Virginia in 5. Peyton Wilson of UNCG in 6. Tasha Miller of Roanoke in 7. Noel England of Longwood in 8. Steeplechase will finish things out. We'll go out with a splash. And just the second distance event that we've had today. Everything took place last night. The Code Red night. Dennis Craddock has delivered to the fullest extent. So many out and ready to watch this one. Anybody's game coming off the curve. Strong movement from Neal and Hunter. Neal in a spot where she might come away with it. Stride never buckles, and she rolls through the line. 26.81 for the win. She likes it. Look at that. You get to a spot at this part of the season. It's that mid-season form where it is just about going out and delivering. You know the expectation, you know your training, and it just seems like it can spark at the right moment. So a very cool showing for Methodist. England and Wilson round out the top three.
Johnson of Methodist in lane 1. In 2 to be Samaria Little of Lynchburg. 3, Aaron Leitner of Mary Washington. 4 to be Sedan.
Sixth section of 7, or at least we project 7, maybe the bonus heat. Some overtime 200s. It'll be Nia Johnson of Methodist in 1, Samaria Little of Lynchburg in 2, Aaron Leitner of Mary Washington in 3, Sadeja Law of Methodist in 4, Asia Williams of Averett in 5, Jada Fife of Longwood in 6, Ayana Halsey of Bryant and Stratton in 7, and Paris Cole of Averett in 8. Section 6 of 7. Field events have been rolling all day long. Moonfield for the throws. You had pole vault yesterday down in Wakefield House. That's an indoor event. Not always inside, but this time with just the wind. That was the decision. You got high jump and long jump has been going on throughout the day. All results can be found online at Blue Ridge Timing. Here we go. Keep an eye on Methodist once again. Sadeja Law, the Monarchs, making statements in the 200. Look at this. Separation and Sia. Sadeja Law comes through the line all alone, waiting for the time, 27:61. Methodist going through all the emotions today. Leitner and Halsey second and third. And we go to our final section. $200s are just cool because even if you aren't a fan of track and field or you don't know the entire logistics of things, you don't understand how certain races are run, it doesn't take much to see that it is a fun event. It is quick, just around the curve. Heat 7 features Talia Hobson, a Methodist in 1, Ariana White, a Methodist in 2, Madison McMasters of UNCG in 3, Naomi Pridgeon of UNCG in 4, Kendall Carroll of Meredith in 5, Nicarasia Coleman of Averett in 6, Deja Morgan of Meredith in 7, and Anna Stafford of Roanoke in 8. I almost had a little echo with the PA system. We're having a lot of fun in these 200s, and we are here to the final section before we move on to the final race of this Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic, the final sprint heat. Here we go, on our way. Look at lane 8. Anna Stafford of Roanoke. Just out and gone now. And there's nothing holding her back. Wow. Outside lane, it doesn't matter. She will roll on home. Look at that. Wait for the time. 27:69 for Stafford. Gets it done. Wow, and pretty much all alone. Have to feel content. You're in almost a solo effort when you're in 8 because you don't see anybody the entire race if you're able to win it and lead it wire to wire. McMaster and White in 2nd and 3rd. You know, the start is staggered in this 200, so it's a little bit different than other events. So momentarily we head to our final event, the men's steeplechase. The 3K steeplechase might just be one of the most unique events that you see around the oval, and we are just about ready to send the athletes on their way. 7.5 laps, and it's pretty cool if you're a Lynchburg fan because Josh Fretwell, the grad student, the transfer from Roanoke, is going to be hip number 1. It is his steeple debut. I've had some conversations with him throughout the week, and the game plan has kind of shifted. Originally, it was just going to be a session to get a pace down, maybe tempo it a little bit, and then from what it sounds like, unless any last-minute iterations have gone into the blueprint, it sounds like Fretwell is going at it. He wants it, and so we're going to see what he has in his steeplechase debut. 3:05 is the intended start time for this steeplechase. We are just getting set, and it'll be 20 athletes for this men's field. Josh Fretwell will be the one to watch up front. Facility record is 9:16, set in 2022. Connor McCroy currently holds the Lynchburg school record at 9:08. See a few final warm-ups. We don't want to go ahead and get all the action described yet. Want to have some stuff to talk about throughout the race, but this is a fun event being the last one because it really doesn't feel like it's been a long meet today. Saturday action at Dennis Craddock rolls by pretty quickly. In just 2 hours, we need to get a time lapse of this. This would be pretty cool, but La Crosse will be taking the field at Schellenberger Field and follow it up with a men's game a little later on. Randolph has a pretty large presence in this section. Might be deceiving too because there have been so many yellow uniforms at this meet. Randolph has a few, Pfeiffer has a few. All eyes on the 20 men going around the track. 7.5 laps will settle it. The wind has continued to persist throughout the day. It does feel pretty hot on the track, I've been told, so it feels like it has been a really different weather forecast. You just don't know what you're going to expect. It starts in the mornings, it's pretty cold, and it's changed rather quickly. We're enjoying it. That's why you have the water in the pit. Maybe it'll cool some things off. You hear some of the names over our PA system. What's interesting about this race is that you have a lot of first-timers running steeplechase, and then you also have some seasoned veterans, some guys who have put down strong times. Steeplechase, one of those events that has only competed in the outdoor season. So you just think about what it takes, how many chances do you get. You see the starting line, and as we roll around for the start of the first lap, when you get to the other straightaway, you'll see one of the barriers is not on the track yet, and that is because it is essentially a clean first 200, a little over 200. But then that's when the barriers start. It's almost showing you what the race could be, but then you got to actually jump. Eventually it happens. And the indoor season, you can run a normal 3K and all is well, but these athletes know what they signed up for. They're ready to go. High PR in the field is 9:53.41 from Mason Sanders of King. So let's introduce the field. It's Josh Fretwell of Lynchburg. We just mentioned Mason Sanders of King. Peter Kane of Wittenberg, 9:59.96 personal best, 10:08 for second at the Pioneer Invite just a few weeks ago. Ian Quindoza running unattached, a 10:07 PR coming into this one. He ran 10:12 for 6th at the SAA Outdoor Championships last spring. Logan Williams, hip number 5 for Methodist. Expect him to be in the mix. 10:21 PR from the first meet this outdoor season. So might be able to add another personal best as they have 7 laps to go. The first barrier right off your screen. There you go. And everybody comfortably over the first one. Kettering Chandler for Southern Virginia, 10:22 PR from the W&L Carnival. And then the rest of the field is Joshua Woodley for Roanoke, Cannon Powell for Pfeiffer, Ashton Schultz for Mary Washington, Ethan Witt for Pfeiffer, Coleman Huggins of Pfeiffer, Alec Daniel of Longwood, Carter Johnson of Southern Virginia, Nicholas Williams of Longwood, Jackson Berger of Methodist, Severin McNulty of Randolph, Chris Walsh running unattached, Tyler Brubaker of Randolph, Noah Carter of Methodist, Landon Reuter of Southern Virginia. Immediately, a strong lead for Peter Kane. First water jump. I'll tell you one thing, Josh Fretwell, even though this is his steeple debut, looked really good on that water jump and not just singling out Lynchburg in that regard. He took a step forward and moves into third. So now it's Kane, Sanders, Fretwell, descending order from their seeds. So Peter Kane, the 3, is in the lead. Really just testing the pace out early. Separation up in the front, and the steeplechase being one section you can expect a little bit. Now you don't want to be in no man's land. You want to make sure that it stays somewhat close, but this is a big opportunity for Fretwell. You got to just emulate what Mason Sanders is doing, and it's finding the leader. So you have top 3 in the mix. We'll see if that podium stays intact. Here, 2:30, 800. 3K is such a different event. Tough to really figure out paces. We know that that personal best watch right around 950 or 940 PR watch so far. Here is the duo up front, trying to keep it smooth sailing. We'll see the rest of the field throughout this race. Try to keep some of the middle intact. You see a lot of the people attacking the barriers. There's that barrier right by the finish line. Right now, Mason Sanders is taking the lead for King. Engagement is so crucial in this race. You just want to make sure that you make your move at the right time. And it's often tough to really get into a full sprint because you have so many variables going on. You can't just start soaring with the steeplechase and the barriers. You got to just keep rolling. Keep it smooth down the stretch. Every water hurdle poses a new question, and it's always interesting seeing who goes first, who goes second. The men go first at this meet, and so you're dealing with a dry pit to start the race, at least for the first lap. One example of those new runners in the steeplechase, it's evidenced by the fact that the hurdles get a lot dirtier as the race goes on. It feels like it's just tough. You wonder for somebody like Josh Fretwell, can he keep it clean? Can it look smooth down the stretch? Right now, it's just Mason Sanders commanding it in front. Coming up on the mile mark. 1, 2, 3, still looking strong. You wonder for conference championships if almost everybody who competes in the steeplechase likely has the intention of going on to try and score at a conference championship with the sense of points and adding those extra to the tally. Get at points every way you can. That's why you have people who go and do 3 or 4 different events, including the field side. 5:05 for the opening 1600 rather, as you hear over the PA system, and it's still looking very clinical.
In his 3,000-meter
Sanders trying to chase down that 9:53 PR. Missed his PR by 0.04 of a second earlier this season. He's running 8:58 3K. That was 13th at the Conference Carolina Indoors Championships. Fretwell making a move, and he is in second now with 3 to go. Might Josh Fretwell have a little extra in the tank to take away this section? It'll be a tough one with Sanders the way he is moving. Battle for fourth might be ensuing as well. Still everybody pretty separate. Few packs in this race, and it didn't take long. So there's your man on your screen, Sanders. The rest of the field spaced sporadically around the track.
2,000 meters in.
2K, 6:27 as you hear, and it's a great position. But you got to consider the fact that the barriers, as we said, are so much tougher in the back half. Fretwell is starting to make a move for Lynchburg, and with 2 laps to go, you wonder how much he is sandbagging it. Does he have a lot left in the tank? You know, you get really apprehensive about making the move early in your debut. You don't know how much you're going to have left, but suddenly when you start getting that confidence and you realize you're really not that far away, you might see him picking it up. 7:06, 800 to go for the leader. Sanders, I think he recognizes Fretwell is on his heels. It's just a question of can he respond. He has space to spare. Urgency from Fretwell, the Cave Spring graduate, comes over from Roanoke College. A grad student, still lots of eligibility. He's one of those guys who just makes his teammates better day in and day out, and here he is in the lead. Fretwell with a lap and a half in front of him. We talked about the strategy being unclear going into this race. It is evident now. Fretwell wants to come away with the victory. He's got 2 more water jumps, few more barriers in the process. Still a long ways from home, and Sanders might know it too. Both get over the water jump, no problems there. PRs, when we look at it, this will be a PR either way as Fretwell just gets through the finish line. Sanders, 9:53, the mark to keep an eye on. They're at 8:14 right now. You can sense it that something special might be happening. Does Fretwell have enough in the tank as the bell rings? 1 more to go. Josh Fretwell, Mason Sanders, Peter Kane, 1, 2, 3. The seeds did not lie to you. Will the final lap hold true? Fretwell over the barrier, still looking clean.
Just 3 barriers left to get over.
And now you can really start to taste it. It gets sweeter and sweeter by the barrier. The debut day. Can Mason Sanders spoil it? Does he have something left in the final kick? Here comes Josh Fretwell. 9:10 on the clock. This could be a big time result. The final water jump behind him. 8:54 3K PR in the indoor season, and Josh Fretwell making ends meet in a big way in his Lynchburg debut, wearing hip number 1. There are no jumps to go, just the finish line, and here he goes flying home. The gray uniforms, a great occasion for Josh Fretwell. Lynchburg finishes first. Incredible stuff when you consider the fact that it was really a race that just seemed like it would come down to the end. Mason Sanders made things difficult, 9:44, and then Peter Kane comes through, and I believe a PR. Fretwell and Sanders, personal best. We'll wait to see what Kane came through in. His personal best was set at 9:59.96, so he did by decimals. Crazy how a race this long can come down to the final moment. Wow, you got to feel good for everybody involved. Steeple, a long journey. Takes a lot to really settle the entire race, but now we are down to our final race. The women's steeplechase as some of our final competitors roll through the line. Impressive stuff just to be out there competing in this event. It is one of the toughest. Does not discriminate. It is so tough to go out there and execute on a day-to-day basis. No problems here. Here's a tight finish. Wow. You don't always see that at the end of a steeplechase. We'll have to see what it looks like on the results. That's what you love, the competitive spirit. Everybody not giving up on the moment. Josh Fretwell, the one who walks away with the victory. The grad student. They will lower the barriers to the women's height. We have one more race, and we are just about set. The women's steeplechase. There'll be a few final preparations momentarily. We'll step away. We'll keep our cameras peeled as we get set for the start of our final race of the afternoon, the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. We are nearing the end here in the Hill City. Set for our final event from the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. It is the women's 3K steeplechase. The men's race delivered. Evan Gates taking you through this Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. We're so glad that you have been able to join us throughout. And we will see how this opening lap settles before we go ahead and read you the heat sheets. 8 athletes competing in the 7.5 laps that will bring us home, and it's been such a fun meet. Can't really select one or two moments. Hard to pick strong contributors too, because you just know that there are so many different events. You don't even look at the field side really from our perspective here on the track, keeping you updated with the track events, but one would have to imagine that Sam Laneza has had a strong showing. 2 first-place finishes. not recognized on the senior day festivities. He did that last year. Now a grad student. Let's go ahead and focus our attention to our final section. Cameron Gupta of Emory is the high seed in this race. 11:21 PR for third last time out at Lee University. This is her freshman season. Madison Lowry of Pfeiffer, transfer from Catawba, steeple debut for the Falcons, just like Josh Fretwell, and so you have to expect that it is going to be a fast one if she is seated this highly in the section. Amethyst Joseph of Meredith, someone else in the mix, 11:58 PR, 5th in the 5K, 10th in the 3K at the USA South Indoor Championships. Morgan Whitley of King also in the mix. 11:58 PR could be middle of the pack battle. You see a lot of 11:58s. That'll be a fun one to keep on our minds. Maddie Hudik of Pfeiffer, Michaela Borst of Pfeiffer, Morgan Ellie of Wittenberg, Madeline Ryan of Roanoke, Allie Gallagher of Roanoke, and Mackenzie Ball of Southern Virginia round out the section. You're going to see in the infield really a swarm of people picking up trash. It's not by coincidence. The men's lacrosse team getting everything ready for lacrosse a little bit later. The women's team will be in action at 5. Men anticipating a start time of 7 o'clock. We will see how that plays out. 2:55 as you hear for the leader. Now opportunity just to really solidify a good spot for Gupta. You think about the fact that she is out and alone. The steeple, it's tough, but it also makes the jumps a little bit easier. You don't have to get positioning at certain parts of the race. You kind of just go out and do your thing. Cameron Gupta of Emory in a good spot. We said that PR coming into today is 11:21. About 3:44, 3:45, 1K, excuse me, for Cameron Gupta, looking to be in a good spot. And really the mile gives you a good indication of where you're at. We knew that that mark in the last race was going to be well under. Fretwell just set the tone. So throughout the entire Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic, we have kept our eyes peeled. We've had a lot of races. It's maybe one of the earliest finishes that we have seen from a track meet here at home, man. It is just cool to be able to bring all the coverage to you throughout the season. The Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network, we've had an array of schools visit. Goes from D1 to D3 competition. There's everybody, and it's just been fun. Emory, a newcomer at this meet. Cameron Gupta showing us a little bit of what she has in her arsenal. And strong stuff over the barrier. It really has not posed any problems so far. Might be a long trip home for the Eagles after this one. We joked yesterday about how they arrived. Supposedly, this is not confirmed, but they flew in on the same day that they were competing, and then now just keeping it rolling. Some good performances from Emory, especially that women's 800. We saw some really good stuff. Just packing it top of the section. It's been a warm one throughout the entire afternoon. Windy, but starting to die down a little bit, and that's always how it works, right? The track meet ends, and then it's perfect again. No wind allowed, but it has still been a great atmosphere. You consider the fact that every year you have this meet, you don't know what you're going to get. You have rain sometimes. Jack Tom's last year was a really rainy one. This year actually ended up getting a little rainy at the end, but overall it's been just fun to keep our eyes peeled, and conditions are not stopping athletes from having big-time results. 3 laps for Gupta when she comes around. The field still separated.
Cameron Gupta coming up on 3 to go here.
The final event that will end our day. You can stay on LHSN if you have enjoyed this coverage. Women's lacrosse at 5 o'clock taking on nationally ranked Christopher Newport. That's going to be a battle that will be a fun one. Let's keep an eye on 2nd and 3rd as well. Right now it looks like it is Morgan Ellie of Wittenberg in 2nd, Maddie Hladik of Pfeiffer in 3rd to round out the podium, but it is Gupta's race to lose. She has been dominant. You're just seeing confirmation that the training has gone according to plan when you have somebody in a solo effort look this strong, this composed. Gupta inside the final 1K. 7:45 reads on the clock right now. Facility record here at Lynchburg is 10:45. It was set back in 2023. Again, the steeple is limited to the outdoor season. It doesn't really affect your facility records here at Lynchburg because it is an outdoor track. But Cameron Gupta just keeping it cool, calm, and collected. 2 laps to go. She'll be right around 8:20 going into those final 2. 8:21 on the clock. Could be a shot at being close to that record, the 11:21 PR, and be at 1:30 for each. Strong competition all around. We talked about right now 2nd and 3rd. Ellie and Hladik. Hladik comes in 12:27 PR last meet. 2 top 10 finishes at the USA South Indoor Championships as well. And so many of these athletes, even in smaller conferences, are finding ways to really make contributions at the right moments, and it just shows what it's all about. Postseason presence and matters. Gupta, 2 more water barriers. This one strong, and here you go. A little bit left. You see on the top left portion of your screen, the footsteps obviously all wet. The adage in the steeplechase is 1 foot wet. You do want to use 1, and that is really what the greats are able to accomplish. It's predictable, your jumps are calculated, and you just get through the line with efficiency. There's the bell, the final bell from the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. Gupta in a great spot. Starting to roll. You hear some of your coach's instructions. You know it's about time to go. Just a few more barriers. Gupta in a spot 11:21 personal best. It will be close. She would have to close in 60 from here. It was just about 10:21 momentarily, and I think she knows it's going to be close and it will be really tough with that water barrier. You do cut off some of the curve in the steeplechase. You know it is obviously less distance, but you're also dealing with one of the toughest maneuvers in track and field, and that is the water barrier. One final time for Cameron Gupta of Emory. Here we go. Jump over and ready for Gupta to finish things off. Around the curve, just 100 to go. PR 11:21. It looks like it's going to be a little out of range, but it will still be a great solo effort. There was no doubt, never a second, that Gupta was going to lose this one, and here she comes sailing home. Right around 11:30 or 11:29. So Cameron Gupta of Emory. We've seen this water barrier really pose problems to people, and the problem with it is that it's going to expose a lot early in the race. You understand that it just continues to really add some wear and tear. But it comes down to understanding what you're all about. Look at this battle. Here we go. Another barrier that we have that might serve to be the difference maker. Ellie was able to move over it, but Huladik has an answer. Neck and neck. Who wants it? I think Ellie got it. It's up to the timers to decide it. You love the competition. Ellie does get it. 12:16.04. It is an identical time. As long as no numbers change, they both finish in 04. An impressive result. 12:16.04. That's a PR, and really a good one in these circumstances. It was a spread out race, not a huge section. Capitalizing, making the most of it, the biggest time in our final race from Dennis Craddock. We'll be very quick getting off this broadcast to be able to set up the next one. Really station to station stuff here at Jack M. Tom's track, but overall we have enjoyed your viewership throughout the entire meet. We have just enjoyed another great show from Lynchburg Track and Field, putting on a fun meet, and it's never Lynchburg that is the one making it fun. It's everybody attending, all the athletes and parents coming to campus and just making this one of the coolest atmospheres that you will see. Final athletes making their way home. This will wrap it up. A nice straightaway to finish things off. Final endeavors, and that is it from the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. So, as always, thank you so much for watching throughout the weekend. We've had so much fun. All your results can be found online at Blue Ridge Timing. Women's lacrosse on the board next. 5 o'clock start time versus CNU, a ranked opponent. Some more action on Schellenberger Field. We appreciate you sticking with us. Distance last night, sprints today. It has been an array of emotions, but I'll tell you one thing, it delivered once again. Code Red and Senior Day, a fun time here in the Hill City. So my name is Evan Gates, saying so long from Lynchburg.